tell the Honourable Court what is your current rank?
Thank you for also that the rank is
I am a detective constable, my lord.
detective constable here.
How many years have you been in the service?
Hoeveel jare in die diens?
6 years of service, my lord.
6 jare hier.
Please tell the Honourable Court with which unit you are currently based.
Kan u vir ons sê en dat dit enige is huidig?
I am with the Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual
We're in his company on the 20th of February 2024, is that correct?
Daar was getuienis van mense dat u op die samen met die was aan die punt as die were van de 24.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, dat zo hier.
Please can you tell the Honourable Court how the events of that day unfolded?
Kan u vir ons sê hoe die hier aan die dag so afgeloop het?
Our unit was working in Morisburg on that day, my lord.
Hoe betrokke dat was ons eenheid besig om te werk kry vir Morisburg?
Sergeant Milstein was the detective on standby for our unit on that day, my lord.
So staan was die eenheid op staan was op die dag vir ons eenheid.
I was driving with him in the same vehicle.
Het met hom bestuur in dieselfde voertuig.
He received a call from Saldanha Bay police station.
Hy was toe opgevang van Saldanha polisiestasie.
That's when he was informed that there is a missing child that was reported on the night of the 19th of February 2024, my lord.
Waar dat aan gegee was dat daar was 'n stukkie op die 19 Februarie ja, toe dat dit
I drove with Sergeant Milstein from Morisburg to Saldanha, my lord. On arrival at Saldanha, we stopped at the police station and then we were informed that everyone is at the home of the missing child, my lord.
Toe ons opdag die polisiestasie van Saldanha, was ons verneem dat alle personeel dat vermeerderd so wees by die instand waren. Mr. Kind.
We were informed that Sergeant Cleophas is the one who is leading the group that was at the premises, my lord.
Ons was geveel dat Sergeant Cleophas die persoon is wat hier was.
We drove to the area called Middle Post, my lord, in Saldanha.
Ons het gery na area in Saldanha met die naam van Middle Post.
On the arrival at the premises, my lord, there were a group of people and then we spoke with Sergeant Cleophas.
Met aankomst by hierdie toneel is gekom daar was daar groep mense gewees. Ons het probeer gepraat met Sergeant Cleophas.
We needed to speak with the mother of the missing child and Sergeant Cleophas showed us the missing child's mother, your worship, my lord.
Ons wil gesprek gehad met die ma van Mr. Kind. Sergeant Cleophas het uitgewys.
The missing child's mother's statement had already been obtained, so we just had a quick interview with the missing child's mother, my lord.
De verklaring van die Mr. Kind se ma was klaar gekry. Ons wil net gou met
From the mother, we found out that she had left her children with her boyfriend, my lord.
Wanneer die ouer, die ma, het is goed kom as om die kinders in die zorg van kerel gedaan was.
We then spoke with the boyfriend, my lord.
Want toen met die kerel gevraagd.
And then in the interview with the boyfriend, that's when we found out that it was another person that had been at the house on that day, my lord.
Met die gesprek wat ek onderhoud met die kerel, het het voorgekom dat daar 'n ander persoon was op die dag van die woning.
And the person that was being mentioned was Miss Laurentia Lombard.
Die persoon wat toen van hulle kom af was mevrou Laurentia Lombard. Laurentia Lombard.
She is staying in a close vicinity with where the missing child is residing. When I learned of this, my lord, I immediately asked if anyone knows her, then so that I can interview her, my lord. Miss Lombard was called, my lord. On arrival, I introduced her. I introduced myself to her, my lord. I informed her that we are getting witnesses to assist us find the missing child. And I've learned from the boyfriend of the mother of the missing child that she is one of the people that had been at the residence on the day, my lord.
Were you informed of all the people that were present? The child was
At that moment, my lord, from Miss Kelly's boyfriend, Mr. Apollos, that is commonly known as Buddha, from him I'd already learned of Miss Laurentia Lombard, my lord. Miss Laurentia Lombard came and I introduced myself, as I've already said, my lord. I informed her that I need to interview her and I will also be obtaining a statement from her regarding the events of that day Joshlin Smith went missing, my lord. She informed me that she does not have a problem with that, my lord. She informed me that she left her two small children alone at home, so she would just have to go and inform her boyfriend who was working at a nearby car wash, my lord. She said she's going to ask him to go to the house to look after the children while I'll be busy interviewing and obtaining a statement, my lord. She then left, my lord, and not long after that she came back, my lord. And that is when I obtained her statement, my lord. I was communicating in Afrikaans with my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Any objection to the statement being produced?
I have no objection, my lord.
Ms. Mufai? No objections, thank you. Certainly, just move towards the microphone, please.
With due respect before this court, can I humble request to be seated behind my learned colleague's table, because I want to hear this questioning of the witnesses clearly, and I want to hear all the questions.
Certainly.
Thank you, my lord.
You can put your notes and take a seat on that side. Mr. Harrison, can you hear the notes clearly?
No, my lord, it's very faint. Very faint.
I'm going to ask either the witness to slightly forward towards the microphones or the microphones to be adjusted. We're going to try and get the volume better, and I think it's also the prosecutor's microphone that we either need to adjust or we need to get closer to. Thank you.
Please support my leader, down here. I have handed a statement to you. That is the original manual. I'm going to ask that be handed in, marked as exhibit in.
Yes, thank you. You can hand me the statement. What was in?
Any was starting on the stand.
Yeah. Thank you. So this will be exhibit O. Which is marked Saldanha Inquiry 5 of 2/2024, A41 and A42. It also has another reference on it, A5, 1 and 2, for what it's worth on the right top of the pages, and indicates that it was deposed to on the 20th of February 2024 at 15:10. Thank you.
My lord, she was, if this is the correct word that I'm going to use, she was jittering. She was scratching in her arms, scratching in her head, my lord. I had already learned that she is using drugs, my lord, so I just asked her if she had used any drugs on that day, my lord. And her answer was not yet, my lord. From the interview with that me and Salmo had with Mr. Apollos, my lord. I read her, I'm sorry, my Lord, I don't understand the question.
After you noted Ms. Lombard's affidavit, what
After taking down her statement, my Lord, I read it back to her, and she agreed with the contents of the statement, my Lord. And I then did the oath questions with her, my Lord. And she understood everything, my Lord. And she signed on her statement, my Lord. And after that, I told her that she is excused, my Lord. I then communicated with Sergeant Molstein and informed her that there is a name that was mentioned in Ms. Lombard's statement, my Lord. In her statement, she only mentioned the person known to, she said the person is only known to her as Steffi, my Lord. And this was the person that we weren't aware of, my Lord.
as far as the investigation is concerned, did it conclude at that time or did it proceed?
On that day, that was as far as taking statements, I was involved, my Lord, but we then asked the neighborhood if there is anyone who might have seen the missing child on that day, my Lord.
Is it further correct, Constable, that you were involved in the taking of another statement and wrote for the record, this is 813 in the document, and presenting the witness with the original, simply wanted to confirm this was the statement you have noted. I have practiced this with Mrs. Gavai, she has wanted to hand it into the file.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Nkawai, you confirm? Thank you.
I confirm, my Lord, this is the statement.
So Exhibit O was the statement of Lorenzo Lombard. This will then be Exhibit P. It looks like a typed statement. It's a statement of Stevino Dumizio Duane van Rijn, marked A13, 1 and 2. Has 3 pages. The last page is just the commissioning, and seems as if this was taken at 17:30 on the 29th of February 2024.
Constable, please tell the court how this statement came to you.
My Lord, I have met Mr. Stefano on the 22nd of February at his premises, my lord.
I think when you Stefano is
I was with Sergeant Molstein when he received a call that Mr. Van Ryn is found. I just don't know who the call was coming from, my lord. Mr. Stefano is the person that was initially named as Steffi, my lord, in Ms. Roman's statement.
Stefano was the person that was among us and forgot Steffi.
Sergeant Molstein and I then went to the address that was given to us as where Mr. Stefano Van Ryn is residing, my lord.
Myself and Mr. Stalin was next to the address, three of us, and Mr. Lanis was after us.
On arrival at his house, my lord, there were people standing outside and there were people inside the house with Mr. Van Ryn as well, my lord.
Very unfortunate, the woman was a nice baby, woman, and Mr. Stalin, woman,
Do you have to recall what address you visited?
and he wanted to know what the address was here.
It was in Arns Street in Diazville.
It's an Armstrong,
I'm not sure the address is either 8 or 18, my lord.
it's a single family normally
On the Exhibit P, the address is given as 8 Orange Street.
Thank you, my lord.
you can walk.
When we entered the premises, Mr. Stefano was sitting down, Mr. Stefano Van Ryn was sitting down on a couch, my lord.
Once the woman community that Stefano was husband,
He was talking, I believe he was answering the questions that had been asked prior to our arrival, my lord. It was mostly the community members. They appeared to be members of the politician parties, not politician, the search and rescue groups, my lord, because of the t-shirts they were wearing, my lord. Yes, my lord, we were looking for him.
And we heard from other witnesses that the search for Joshlin continued and they would take the investigations to
That's correct, my lord. They were talking about Mr. Van Ryn's whereabouts on the day that the Joshlin Smith went missing, my lord. And from what I can recall, what was said in my presence when I was there, my lord, if I remember correctly, Mr. Van Ryn said he was at Ms. Smith and Mr. Apollos' residence on that day that on the day that Joshlin went missing, my lord.
Only that was for personal.
And he also made mention that Ms. Laurentia also came to the premises on that day, my lord.
They were able to say about the and going home.
And if it's in his statement, but if I recall correctly, he also said that what he can recall is Ms. Laurentia left with little Joshlin Smith, and Joshlin never came back, according to Mr. Stefano van Rijn on the 22nd of February 2024. Man.
Als het moeilijk om te doen, hoe komt het zich daar long zo weggegaan met Joshlin en Joshlin
I don't remember if there was a question posted at him as to what does he think might have happened to the child, my lord.
En people daar praten over en
But I remember he also, in him talking, he also said that he suspects that Ms. Laurentia Lombert's boyfriend, which is Ayanda, might have given the child to a Sangoma, my lord.
So essentially, this was Mr. Van Ryn's theory regarding the disappearance of Joshlin.
That's correct, my lord. Mr. On that day, Mr. Van Ryn's statement wasn't obtained, my lord. Was not obtained. He was a bit emotional, my lord, and he would be smiling and laughing, and then all of a sudden he would just be shouting and talking loud. So his emotional state was not consistent. Having learned that he is also using drugs, my lord, I suspected that that might be the cause of his behavior at that moment, my lord.
Did police follow up on the information or the theory that accused number 2 had informed?
It was followed up, my lord. There wasn't a specific names of the Sangomas that were given by Mr. Van Ryn. There wasn't specific names or addresses that of Sangomas that were given by Mr. Van Ryn as to where he's, which Sangoma is suspecting that Mr. Ayanda might have sold or given the child to, my lord. The nearby Sangomas that are known, that are residing near the address where Joshlin was last seen, however, were visited, my lord.
Die Sangomas in Nari waar Joshlin so sien was mense wat gasverras.
And there was no evidence found of Joshlin being there, my lord.
Geen vertellen was gevonden dat Joshlin daar zo was.
And specifically, Amanda was that premises visited.
En specifiek in Diana was niet door de beheerder.
It was visited, my lord, and his house was searched, my lord.
Deze is toen naar gegaan en deze is weer zoek.
And there was no evidence being found of Joshlin being at the premises, my lord.
Geen vertellen was gevonden op die woning of Joshlin daar was.
So after the police exhausted the theory of Mr. Van Rijn, what happened?
Nadat de politie toen jullie gedachte van Rijn toen gevolgd had, wat het verder gebeurd?
The search of Joshlin continued, my lord. There were different role players that were involved to assist with the search of Joshlin, my lord.
Die zoektocht van Joshlin om voort te gaan, was verschillende wat zo geholpen heeft voor met die zoek.
And what happened on the 29th of February?
Wat dit gebeurde die 29 Februari.
On the 29th of February, my lord, on that day I was working with my then unit commander, Captain Chetty, my lord.
Op hierdie dag die ene het ek toen met my eenheidse commando, Chetty, Captain Chetty was in het werken.
I remember he received a call. I suspect it was from Sergeant Molstein, but I didn't inquire from who the call came from, my lord.
Ik had een nood dat hij een oproep ontvangen. Ik heb toen gedacht dat moet het van Sergeant Molstein.
After the phone call, Captain Chetty told me that we need to go to Saldanha Police Station because he has just been informed that Mr. Stefano van Rijn has been brought in, my lord.
Na de oproep werd Captain Chetty process moet gaan naar de politiestatie in Saldanha, van de meneer Van Rijn was ingebracht.
We then drove to Saldanha Police Station, my lord.
Ons was toen naar Saldanha politiestatie.
On arrival at the police station, we found Mr. Van Rijn. He was inside the police station at the CSC, my lord.
Met aankomst bij die Saldanha politiestatie was Mr. Van Rijn binnen de politiestatie, in de aanklachtkantoor.
Sergeant Molstein was talking to Mr. Van Rijn when we arrived, my lord.
Sergeant Molstein was dezelfde gezels met meneer Van Rijn ons aankomt.
He then said to me and Captain Chetty that he needs to address the members of the political parties that were standing also in the CSC, my lord.
Ze heeft ook gevraagd dat ik een Chetty moet mensen aanspreken van de gemeenschap, van de politieke partij, waarbij die chat achtergrond was.
I'm not sure whether I heard the evidence from the witness correctly, because the interpreter said that Captain Chetty and her must go and address the community.
That's
The evidence I heard was that Molstein was going to address the community.
Most mensen in die gemeenschap zo toespreken.
Did I hear you correctly, Constable?
you heard me correctly, my lord.
Thank you.
Do you know who brought Mr. Van Rijn to the police station?
Kan u weet jullie dat Van Rijn tot de politiestatie kan?
I do not know, my lord, and I did not inquire.
Nee, jullie wat ik dan niet kunnen zeggen, de navraag hebben. Ik kan maar goed gaan.
Sergeant Molstein then said to me and Captain Chetty that seeing that we haven't, Mr. Van Rijn's statement hasn't been obtained yet, if we can please assist him with obtaining Mr. Van Rijn's statement, my lord.
Sergeant, maar is net gezegd dat zij aangezien daar nog een verklaring gekregen is van Rijn, kan ons toezien dat de verklaring van gekregen wordt.
Was Mr. Van Rijn the only person that was brought in?
Was meneer Van Rijn de enige persoon dat ingebracht was?
I do not know, my lord, and I did not answer, but at that moment, Mr. Van Rijn was the one that we needed to obtain statement from, my lord.
Ek weet nie jullie dat je navraag gaat doen, maar Van Rijn was de persoon op die dag dat ons verklaring moest krijgen.
Very well, proceed.
I then asked Mr. Van Rijn to accompany me and Captain Chetty to our victim-friendly room, my lord.
Ik heb toen meneer Van Rijn gevraagd, voor mijzelf en kapitein Chetty, de heer het Geesel, naar de kamer waar we ons met slachtoffers praten.
How would you describe his demeanor and appearance on this day?
Hoe zal die dan zijn voorkomst op die dag nou betekenen?
On this day, my lord, he appeared more relaxed, my lord, compared to the last time when I saw him for the first time, my lord.
Hij heeft meer kalm toegekomen hier op aarde in verband met die eerste keer gezien heb.
Proceed.
When we got into the room, my lord,
Kantoor of kamer inkom,
Captain Chetty did the introduction, my lord.
kapitein Chetty heeft toe aan de aanstelling wordt gegaan hier.
Captain Chetty would have taken Mr. Van Rijn's statement, my lord.
Kapitein Chetty zou die verklaring van de Rijn hier eerder.
Captain Chetty's handwriting wasn't so legible, my lord. Then I asked him if he would, if I could take Mr. Van Rijn's statement, my lord.
Kapitein Chetty zijn schreef al hier, hij heeft het pas hier waar ik heb gevraagd dat hij die verklaring moet afnemen.
On the previous, I've learned that Mr. Van Rijn is actually someone who likes to talk, so I expected him to be the same on this day, my lord. So I asked for Captain Chetty's laptop to rather type the statement, as it would be more neater, my lord.
Can the witness just explain, repeat the first part?
On the previous time when I met with Mr. Van Rijn, my lord,
De eerste keer dat meneer Van Rijn zo ontmoet,
he was talking too much, my lord.
hij was bij gepraat.
So on this day, I also expected the same, my lord.
Het zou dezelfde vandaag op jullie dag geleden.
So I believed writing would have taken longer,
Ik
my lord,
geloof dat om meer te spreken, zodat het zo langer neemt.
and it would be easier for me to type the statement, my lord.
Het zou makkelijker zijn voor mij om jullie laten verklaren te tikken.
And that's when I asked for Captain Chetty's laptop, my lord, and I typed the statement, my lord.
Dus toen ik kapitein Chetty's woordrekenaar zou zien, ik heb toen de verklaring getikt.
I informed Mr. Van Rijn that we are communicating in Afrikaans, my lord.
Ik heb dan ook gezegd, meneer Van Rijn zei dat ons gaan communiceren in Afrikaans.
I will be typing, however, his statement in English if it's fine with him, my lord.
Aan hem wel gezegd, ik ga die verklaring tikken in Engels als het in orde is met hem.
And he had no issue with that, my lord.
Hij heeft toen gezegd, geen probleem, ik heb toen zo overgedragen.
I informed him that the purpose of his statement is to record his movements of the day that Joshlin Smith went missing, my lord.
Ik heb toen gezegd, de reden voor die verklaring is gezien, die beweging op die dag toen Joshlin Smith zo vermist raakt.
And I asked him to tell us step by step what he did and where he was and with who on that day, my lord.
Vraag om stap voor stap voor ons te over te dragen waar hij was en met wie.
And I took down his statement as he was explaining his day of the 19th of February 2024, my lord.
Aangezien we verweten dat waar hij was, op de 19 februari 2024, heb ik alles neergeschreven hier op aarde.
Was there anything that concerned you in the version that was relayed to you on the 29th as opposed to what you were informed of on the 22nd of February?
Is daar enigszins wat gekweld in verband met de bewegingkundige wat de penkunste aan u gedragen is?
The one thing that stood out for
Vier
me,
belangrijke punten dat u uitgestaan hebt hier.
I have learned that on the 19th of February was a very hot day, my lord.
Ik heb u uitgevind op de 19 februari was het een baie warm dag.
And with the interview of Mr. Van Rijn, I learned that he was sitting inside Miss Kelly Smith's shack, my lord.
Ek het uitgevind dat op hierdie dag het meneer Van Rijn binne die huis woning van mevrou Smith gesit
And Miss Smith's children were playing outside, my lord.
en die kinders van mevrou Smith het buite gespeel.
The main thing that stood out for me, I wanted to know from where Mr. Van Rijn was sitting inside, could he see the children outside where they were playing, my lord?
Wat van belang was wat gehoor was hier dat waar ek net aan van meneer Van Rijn verneem of ek die tyd toe die kinders buite speel en waar hy so gesit het wanneer die kinders sien.
Because his version on the 22nd was that Joshlin went with Miss Lombard to her house and Joshlin never came back, my lord.
Want sy weergawe op die eerste ons ontmoeting hier dat waar ek weet ons sou dat mevrou Lombard as toe weg met Joshlin van Hesa, maar sy het nie weer teruggekeer met
So-
mevrou Lombard.
So what I inquired from Mr. Van Rijn was, did he physically see with his own eyes Miss Lombard go to her house with Joshlin and Miss Lombard coming back without Joshlin, my lord?
Wat my vraag aan hom was gewees of hy fisies van juffrou Lombard gesien het weggaan met Joshlin en nie weer teruggekeer het met Joshlin.
And his answer was he did not see, from where he was sitting, he couldn't see the children playing outside and he couldn't see when Miss Lombard came back, if she came with a child or not, my lord.
Sy antwoord was gewees van waar hy was kon die kinders sien. Ek kon ook nie fisies sien dat juffrou Lombard met die kind weg was en weer teruggekeer met die kind.
And when you refer to child, you're referring specifically to Joshlin Smith. He
Yes.
wasn't able to confirm that he didn't see the return, is that correct?
As
That's-
meneer melding van kind spesifiek Joshlin, sy gesien presies weg en terug.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so julle.
Did he concede that that was his assumption?
Het hy toe aan die oorgedra dat hy moet daar daarop gedink.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so julle.
Was there anything else that stood out as far as his versions went?
Is daar enigiets anders wat iets uitgestaan het in verband met sy weergawe?
Not that I can think of for now, my lord.
Nie wat ek nou kan van dink nie eerlik.
Now, when you noted his statement, and we see this in English, was the statement read back to him?
Toe ek die verklaring opneem en vertaal in Engels, was dit terug in hom gelees.
That was read back to him, my lord.
Dit was
And
hulle gelees aan hom eerlikbaar.
after reading it to him, seeing that it is typed, I told him that I will have to print it, and after printing it, he will have to go through it himself just to confirm that what I read is exactly what I printed, my lord.
Ek het nadat ek dit vir hom oorgelees het, het hom gesê dat dit geprint word en hy moet weer gaan om seker te maak dat hy aan oorgelees het wat in die verklaring staan.
Did that happen?
Het dit toe gebeur?
It happened, my lord.
Het dit gebeur eerlik?
Very well. What happened after you noted his statement?
Nadat hy sy verklaring toegeneem het, wat het toe gebeur?
I also did the oath questions with Mr. Van Rijn, my
Ek
lord.
het toe die vraag gevra in verband met die eed eerlikbaar.
I remember when I was doing the oath in Afrikaans, he still laughed and said he's used to it being done in English, my lord.
Just repeat that for the interpreter.
I'm saying, my lord, when I did his oath,
Nou, toe
Wel,
ek die eed aan hom eerlik,
when I put him under oath in Afrikaans, my lord, he still laughed at me and said he's used to it being done in English, my lord.
hy het toe gelag, maar hy sê was gewoon dat so gedoen word in Engels.
What happened next?
Wat het toe na dit gebeur?
After his statement was signed, my lord, I told Mr. Van Rijn that I don't think there is anything further that I will need from him.
Nadat ek die verklaring geteken is, het ek toe gesê, ek dink nie dat is iets anders wat ek aan hom kan verwag nie.
And I told him that he's excused, my lord.
Ek het hom gesê, julle was versoek. Ek het hom gesê, is verskoon weer aan.
Is there anything else you wish to add?
As daar nog iets wat jy wil byvoeg?
No, my lord.
Nee, julle maar.
Excuse me. Thank you, my lord. That's all for this witness.
Mr. Anderson, any questions?
My lord, I have no questions.
Ms. Karai, we may come to the defense table where we have the facility. Thank you.
My learned colleague?
Certainly.
Morning, Sergeant Sukombe.
Good morning, my lord.
I am Miss Mkabayi from Nobahle Mkabayi Attorneys, representing Stevino Dumaizo Duane Van Rijn in this matter. First of all, I would like to thank you for the detailed statement that you've taken from my client. I see the time the statement was commissioned was 5:30 in the evening or afternoon.
Dit gebring op die verklaring dat jy dat 6 wis namiddag.
Is that correct?
Correct?
If that's what's written on the statement, then that's correct, my lord.
As dat die verklaring gespreek is oor dat is reg.
And it was taken by you.
Hier die verklaring.
That's correct, my lord.
Bevestig die verklaring.
Now, getting to the taking of the statement by yourself, on whose instructions or under whose directives did you take the statement from my client? Were you instructed, I'm sorry, were you instructed by Sergeant Mixon?
That's correct, my lord.
If so, do you know how my client was brought to the police station?
I do not know, my lord.
Mr. Milstein has told us he was brought by the community members and or the Patriotic Allowance Group members.
En van die Patriotic Alliance leden.
If that's what my colleague testified, then I believe that's how he was brought in, my lord.
As dit is geval is, soos die collega's glo dat is hoe ingebring is.
You would have no knowledge of how long was he in the hands of the said community members and the Patriotic Alliance Group.
So die storie kan weet vir hoe lank hy met die mense was in die Patriotic Alliance en die gemeenskap.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so die
You also have no knowledge as to how he was treated by such groups.
die kennis hoe so handel was, dit selfs as ook.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so die
You did not ask all these issues from him.
die alle die
No, my lord. All I asked him was, is he fine with me interviewing and obtaining a statement, my lord? And he said he was fine with that, my lord.
As in 'n posisie dat voortaan verklaar van die en toe gesê is
Do you know how long he was with Sergeant Milstein?
I do not know, my lord, and I did not inquire that as well, my lord.
Do you know the extent of his interview with Mr. Milstein? And how long did it take?
I have no knowledge, my lord.
How is your Afrikaans command?
Good, my lord.
I can see. I see that you didn't use an interpreter when you were taking my client's statement.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you ask him what standard of education he has?
I did not, my lord.
You told the court that you were taking his statement in your office. If I'm quoting you wrong, please you can advance.
It is at it's normally now called a victim-friendly room or victim support room, my lord. It is a room at Saldanha Police Station, my lord. That's where we normally sit with witnesses when obtaining statement, because it's more private and there is a bit of comfort in, my lord. Rather than standing at the CSC, my lord.
You told this court that my client looked relaxed when you were taking statement from him.
That's correct, my lord. I was comparing to the previous time when I first met him at his residence, my lord.
My point exception. You also told this court that you were with your colleague, Captain Chetty, on this day and this time.
That's correct, my lord.
Was my client coherent in giving his statement? Coherent. He was not jumping from this point to that point. He was giving you a chronological step of events.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you have any reasons to doubt that what he was telling you is not the truth?
No, my lord, I had no reasons.
Tell us the format of taking the statement. Was it the whole story narrated at once, or was it a question and answer form?
I asked Mr. Van Rijn to tell us the story of that day from the beginning until the end of the day. And with him telling the story, my lord, I was making notes without interrupting him, my lord. And before he started telling his story, I told him that once he's done telling his story, I might have questions, and I will ask him those questions if there's anything that I need him to clarify in his story, my lord. And I did so, my lord, and then after asking the questions, I told him I'm going to start typing the statement, and with me typing the statement, you will have to tell the story again, my lord, so that I can type the statement.
Na dat we dan waar het om gezegd gaan dat we verklaren te, en het ook vrij in om met heel veel miserie. Dat ik de foto's hebben zodat ik me nog aan zeggen dat te.
Thank you very much, Sergeant, for that explanation. I will once again put to you that Sergeant Milstein told this honorable court that he read the statement you took from my client after you completed.
Maar nog steeds, zat het in iets geweest in de ogen dat hij die verklaring toch op moest zetten. En de schuldigde nadat ik het toe het vernemen.
Just a simple. Was the question that Milstein read the statement to Mr. Van Rijn? I thought I heard the question was that you put it to the witness that Sergeant Milstein read the statement after Constable Sekhobe took it.
My question, my lord, is not specific whether he read it to her or to my client for now.
Sergeant Milstein.
Yes, my lord.
Hij heeft nog steeds die verklaring dat die gediende wordt dus aan van die cliënt.
No, Your Worship. No, my lord, sorry. When I was taking Mr. Van Rijn's statement, Sergeant Milstein was not involved in that, my lord.
De verklaring van de Milstein was van Rijn was met de Milstein tegenwoordig.
I handed the statement to Sergeant Milstein when I was done obtaining the statement from Mr. Van Rijn, and all the signatures were there, my
De
lord.
verklaring was hiermee belangrijk aan Milstein nadat de verklaring van iemand en overlezen aan Van Rijn.
That was my initial question to you, Sergeant. Maybe we didn't get the last part. My question was, did Sergeant Milstein read my client's statement after you completed writing it?
En wanneer Milstein met schuldige verklaring gelees het, wordt dan gelees het nadat het geneem.
He did not read the statement in my presence, my lord, but I told him what was in Mr. Van Rijn's statement, my lord.
Hij heeft die verklaring gelees en waar het om wel om te zeggen wat in de verklaring staat.
When you say he did
Just
not
a moment,
read it,
just a moment. I thought the witness said that he did not read the statement in her presence.
yes.
In haar teenwoordigheid. But she also told him what was in the statement.
Thank you, Sergeant, for that answer. What did you do with my client after taking his statement? After
Na die verklaring geneem was aan die cliënt, wat het met die cliënt gedoen?
I told Mr. Van Rijn that he is excused, my lord.
Ek het in het parent gesê dat hy verskoon was.
why did you excuse him?
Hoekom het jy hom verskoon?
Because I was done taking down his statement, my lord.
Dit was klaar om die verklaring te doen.
And there wasn't anything that I needed further from you, my lord.
Daar was niks anders wat ek van hom sou verwag het.
Okay. Do you know how did he get home?
Weet hoe hy het gekom?
No, my lord, I do not know.
Nee.
Sergeant Milstein told this court that he initially interviewed my client and after his interviewing of him, he could not get evidence that justified the arrest of my client.
Hy sê nadat hy met 'n ander gevoel dat hy geen iets dat sy van op beskuldigde aantal.
Do you have any comment to that?
In 'n kommentaar,
I do not have any comment, my lord.
geen kommentaar.
He further told this court that after reading the statement you took from my client for the second time, he decided that there was no evidence justifying the release of my client. Do you have any comment on that? Justifying the arrest of my client.
Hy sê toe die very careful die verklaring van die president is gevraag as daar geen rede waar die so aan in 'n kommentaar,
No comment, my lordship.
geen kommentaar.
Now coming to your evidence in chief today. You testify that you received a call that,
Hierdie getuig dat die opgevang
that Mr. Van Rijn was found.
dat van deze gevind was.
Can you explain the meaning that he was found?
Kan u verduidelijk dat de doel kan gevind.
Your worship, initially, sorry, my lord. Initially, Mr. Van Rijn was only mentioned to us by his nickname, Steffi.
Eerstens deel was meneer Van Rijn net en ons bekend aan met zijn naam van Steffi.
And then the message was relayed that we are looking for Steffi, as is mentioned as one of the people that was at the residence on the day that Joshlin Smith went missing, my lord.
Dat ons moet weer gezegd dat ons praten van persoon met de naam van Steffi, dat we moeten daar was, daar toen Joshlin vermist wordt.
So he was one of the people that we had to get to an interview regarding the events and regarding the events of the day that Joshlin went missing, my lord.
No, you will explain to me the context of that found. I wanted in which context that found was made. You explain that to me. You further testify that he was at Mrs. Smith's residence on the day in question, the day when Joshlin got missing, and on that date also Laurentia came to the premises.
That's correct, my lord.
What you said in your evidence in chief contradicts with paragraph 2 of Exhibit P, the one you've taken yourself.
But you know, voor de verklaring staan is verschil. In verband met die tweede paragraaf.
I will read line number 1, 2, 3, 4. Line number 4, my lord,
Deze wat dat hier 4,
on paragraph 2 of Exhibit B.
paragraaf 4, of exhibit 4.
Thank you, my lord. I popped in at Buddha's house
Ik heb ingedoen op de reis
and I found him
en het om
with Renzi. This is what my client told you on the 29th of February 2024. This is what you've typed in your computer. I found. Finding someone and someone coming to the place is two different things.
Gevonden en ik was zo mooi naar kerk.
I don't follow the question, Kabai.
My lord, I will repeat this question. In your evidence in chief today,
En ik wil deze vandaag.
you testify that my client told you that on the day when Joshlin got missing, he was at Mr. and Mrs. Smith's residence. And while he was there, Laurentia came.
I don't recall the evidence before that. I don't think it's witness ever explained the evidence that way. I stand to be corrected.
That's also not how I recall the evidence, because when the witness dealt with what she was told, she didn't give us the detail. She just said that she made notes and she asked questions for clarification, and then she typed it. And what's in the statement was what she was told on the date of the 22nd, 1 week earlier. That was the day when Mr. Van Rijn was found at his residence. He was asked questions and he was speaking to other people in her presence, but she was of the view that he wasn't in a good state. She left him. So I don't know, maybe if you can assist me, where in the evidence in chief you refer to, and I can find it in my notes.
Okay. The search continued.
I'm going to...
I'll start from there, my lord.
From?
In my notes, the search continued. We found Stevino at his residence. There were people outside and there were people inside. I could hear that there were people talking, asking where he was when the child got missing. His answer was he was at Mr. and Mrs. Smith residence on that date.
Yes.
I will rephrase my question now, Your Worship. I see where I've made a mistake. I see now. Before I see. This is what she heard from the people who were talking.
She
not that
overheard
not
the
that it was
discussion.
coming from.
There was no clear detail.
Yes.
And yes, you are correct. In that discussion, what she overheard in talking to members of the community and the search party about, the words that she used was he also told the other people that Laurentia came there. That's where you have it from, that she already found him. But there's no timeline in the question and answer session of the 22nd.
No.
So I don't think it's fair to confront it that way. Because the first time she really sat down with him was on the 29th. And it's typed here that he wasn't going to go to Mr. Apollos, it seems from the statement. He was passing by. And then he found him sitting with Renzi. So that's the version given, which is consistent with what
Hence I've corrected
your
my-
version is.
Hence I've corrected myself. Your Worship, this question is not for this witness. It's for those people who are speaking inside my client's room. I'll take you to this piece of evidence in your evidence in chief. Let me start from above. And I took down his statement. Was there anything that stood out from you? I didn't hear the full questioning by my client, but where I want to go to is your answer. He was sitting inside the shack, and Mr. Smith, this is what stood out from you because that day it was very hot. He was sitting inside the shack, and Mr. Smith's children were playing outside.
They say it's a woman and the Simmons
Who said this? Who was sitting outside?
Mr. Van Rijn was sitting inside, my lord, and the children were playing outside.
My client will dispute that while he was giving you his statement, he ever told you that he was sitting inside, and the time he was inside, Kelly's children were playing outside. He will dispute.
On the day that I took his statement, that's what he told me, my lord.
Do you have Exhibit B in front of you? Exhibit B?
Yes, my lord.
With the leave of the court, can you just show me that piece of evidence when my client is telling you I was sitting inside the shack and Mr. Smith's children were playing outside?
Based on the version that was given on the 22nd and what was now being stated in this interview on the 29th. If I understand the evidence, it's not contained in the statement. She was asked what stood out for her, and that's the reason why that evidence was there. I stand to be corrected that that is not noted specifically in the statement.
Let the witness answer. So I'm going to ask Ms. Kabai to just repeat the question to the witness, and I'm sure the witness can answer that.
You are saying my client was sitting inside the shack and Kelly's children were playing outside.
My lord, if I recall correctly, that came from after I've learned that on the 19th of February it was a very hot day. And that answer regarding the children playing outside and Mr. Van Rijn sitting inside came from me when I asked him Where was he when the children were playing outside, my lord? Because I needed to find out from where he was sitting, could he see the children playing outside, my lord? I needed to know if where he was sitting, was it right in front of the door where he could see the children playing, my lord? And that's how that statement came from, my lord, from him sitting inside and the children playing outside, my lord.
Let us look at the
And that was because I needed to understand if he physically saw with his own eyes Ms. Laurentia Lombard going to her house with Joshlin and Ms. Laurentia coming back along without Joshlin, my lord. Because I had already picked up on the 22nd of February that his assumption was Ms. Laurentia Lombard left with Joshlin to her house and she never came back, my lord. So I needed to confirm that he physically saw Ms. Laurentia go to her house with Joshlin and come back without Joshlin, my lord.
And from Exhibit P, the statement that you took, it's one of the issues that you clarified with him. So the statement is clear, he didn't physically see the kids at any stage. The question is, and the statement they make to the witness is that it's clear from the contents of Exhibit P, the statement of Mr. van Rijn, that at no stage did he see the children.
According to his statement, my lord.
And that is the document we are using here in court. His statement, what he said in his statement, what you wrote down from him.
Dit is wat ons gebruik in die hof, sê verklaar wat u sê, het gesê wat u geskryf het van ons u van hom.
That's good.
Sergeant, I put to you that it is not my client's assumption, as you are saying it for the third time. It is not his assumption that Laurentia it is not an assumption what he's saying about Laurentia.
Dit is nie dat ek vir Laurentia verdink het om te maak dat ek gesê het van Laurentia.
It is clear from his statement.
Dit is duidelik van sy verklaring.
He is saying,
Hy sê
I had Laurentia calling Joshlin to go and look for her child who was asleep. You put it in this statement. You cannot come to court and say now it's an assumption.
ek het gesê ek het gehoor dat juffrou Lombard vir Joshlin se geroep het om te gaan kyk na kinders geslaan.
That's correct, my lord, and I did not say he assumed what is in the statement, my lord.
Ek het nie gesê dat hy ons wil gee in sy verklaring.
This appears on paragraph 5
Dit word voorkom op paragraaf 5
of Exhibit P,
hoofstuk 4,
the last two sentences.
die laaste 2 sinne.
I will read it for the record.
Ek gaan dit in 'n rekord lees.
Renzi is Laurentia. Renzi was on her way out and I heard her calling for Joshlin to go look at her house
Om te gaan naar een huis, te gaan kyk na haar huis,
if her child is still sleeping.
of haar kind nog in slaap was.
Statement from my client, written by you. Now it is in Exhibit P.
Dit is 'n verklaring van die heer wat u toe hier geskryf het, dat voorkom en bewus te P.
This was just a statement, my lord. It's a follow-up to her question.
Because she never said he is sick. He told her, he overheard this call, and that's exactly how it's put in the statement.
It's just that, my lord, I don't want to waste cost time and go back to the answer she just gave before I put this question to her. She used that name. It was, I assumed, that's what the witness said.
No. I think we confusing the assumptions and the speculation that was on the 22nd that was said there. On the 29th, when the statement was taken, as I heard, Mr. Van Rijn was clear as to what his version was. And this is how she wrote it down. So you recall from the statement I had a brief look. He arrived there on his way to the second-hand dealer, met up with Mr. Paulus and Detention. They were smoking. Then he left again and he came back. At that time, Laurentia was still there. That's when Laurentia was calling for Joshlin to go to her house, to Laurentia's house, to go see whether the children were still sleeping or the child still sleeping. The statement goes further that said, after that, Laurentia left Mr. Paulus and Miss Smith's house. So that's how I have it. And there's nothing controversial about that. It seems consistent, as I indicated, with what your client had said up to now. He didn't physically see Joshlin because from where he was sitting inside, he couldn't see where the kids were playing. And we go back to the beginning of the statement. It says, when he arrived there for the first time, he also didn't see the children.
We were together, my lord. When I'm concluding, I'll go back to the statement of Stevino to wrap up some issues. Now let us go to the statement of Laurentia.
Is that Exhibit O?
Exhibit O, yes, my lord.
Yes, I'm with you.
On the 20th of September 2024, February 2024, you testify that you took the statement of Ms. Lombard.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you inform this court exactly what was your role? Were you part of the investigation team?
That's correct, my lord. I was assisting the investigating officer, my lord.
Yes,
Honor.
You are correct. Because 9 days after the 20th, I see you taking the statement of my client. That is correct. I'm interested to know whether you explained to Ms. Lombard the reasons why you wanted to take a statement?
That's correct, my lord.
What were the reasons?
The reasons was she was being mentioned as one of the people that was at the premises on the day that Joshlin Smith went missing.
And in which language were you speaking with Ms. Lombard?
We were speaking in Afrikaans, my lord.
Tell this honorable court, what were your exact words when you wanted Ms. Lombard to give you the statement? Your first words you said.
In Afrikaans. In Afrikaans, he wanted to use the Afrikaans words that she used.
Yes.
At that moment, Your Worship, my lord, sorry, I did not know her full names, so I addressed her as Renzi, as she was saying, my lord. I said to her, Renzi, jy sal klaar bewus dat Joshlin vermis aangeklaar was gisteraand.
You're already aware that Joshlin was reported missing last night.
En jy is genoem as een van die mense wat op die woonstel was waar Joshlin was laas gesien het. My lord.
You were at the premises. You were at the premises where Joshlin was last seen.
En ek moet verklaar, ek moet in 'n onderhoud saam met jou hou en ek moet ook 'n verklaring van u vat. My lord.
I must have an interview with you and to also take a statement from you.
In verband met alles wat jy kan vir ons sê van die dag. My lord.
As far as what you can tell us, what happened on the day.
Thank you, Sergeant. Did he give you the whole summary of the statement? Or,
I didn't get the question.
I'm sorry, my lord, did she give you the summary of everything? Or it was a question answer format?
Was het opzoeken van wat die van gevraagd werd, of was het een geval waar vraag gevraagd wordt, antwoord wordt gevraagd?
I told her that she needs to give me her movements of the 19th of February 2024 and informed her that as she's telling her story of that day, I'll be making notes, and after taking the notes, if there's any questions that I will need her to clarify, I'll ask those questions, my lord.
Ik heb u gevraagd om aan mij bekend te stellen wat de beweging was op de dag van de 19e. En zodat u neerschrijft. En als ons bijvoorbeeld klaar is, als hij het gevraagd had, zo het verhelderd, zal ik het dan vragen.
So it was not a question and answer format, it was a summary. Then after she has told you what, she has told you her statement, did you further question her?
Nadat ik in de verklaring genomen heb, ik van verdere vragen dan.
As after the interview, my lord, I took down her statement as she gave her movements of the 19th of February, my lord.
Toen ik die verklaring neerlegbaar heb, ik het neergeschreven, zoals ik aan mijn voorgewerkt van het gebeuren van de 19.
I take it you didn't put questions to her.
Die heeft die vragen.
For me to take her statement, my lord, I should have asked questions where she needed to clarify what she was telling me about the day, my lord.
Om een verklaring te neerlegbaar moest ik vragen. Of het degelijk om was ik niet zo verklaring zou geven.
You don't have a duty to remember. Do you remember some of those questions you put to her?
Ik denk dat dat komt over want niet, maar ik kan je nog enige vraag wat je nog vragen kan je vragen nog.
One of the questions that I remember asking her
Een van de vragen wat ik van nog wat ik gevraagd heb
was when she came back with Joshlin, as she said, when she went to look at her children, Joshlin followed her, and then they both came back together. One of the questions that I asked, when they got back to where Joshlin is residing, where did Joshlin go? Was she aware of where she went? And then,
wat ik wel gevraagd heb, aangezien voor het moment als op zee Joshlin toen naar huis toe was om te gaan kijken naar het kind, ik heb ook gevraagd of ze bewust van waar ze Joshlin zou heen gaan voor het terugkeer.
Do you remember how we replied?
Kan je nog zich antwoorden?
I do not remember the answer as to whether she saw where Joshlin went from the house, my lord.
Ik kan niet van jou in verband met als ik zo geantwoord in verband kon zij zien waar je Joshlin zou gegaan.
But she did say she went to her house and she came back to where Joshlin is residing with Joshlin, my lord.
Dus wat zij wel gezegd heeft, dat ze is wel naar huis toe. Ze heeft teruggekeerd waar Joshlin op een afstand was met de Joshlin.
Did you understand each other fully at the time of the taking of the statement?
Kon jullie elkaar goed verstaan toen jullie verklaring neemt?
That's correct, my lord.
Dus recht zo eerlijk.
After taking the statement, did you read it back to her?
Nadat jullie verklaring gaan nemen van haar, heb je het teruggelezen aan?
I did so, my lord, and I explained to her that this is her statement. So if I'm reading and there's something that is in the statement that's not correct, she needs to inform me. And if there's something that I did not put in the statement that she believes is important, needs to be in the statement, she must also inform me, my
En
lord.
weet het, en dan gezegd je wat uit de was, dat enige iets in de verklaring dat iemand heeft goed gezegd, dat iemand het is, dat het van belang is, moet u ook van mij aan zeggen.
Was she satisfied with the contents of her statement?
Was zij tevreden met de inhoud van de verklaring?
That's correct, my lord, she was.
Ja, eerbaar zij was.
Did she confirm that the contents of her statement reflected the true version of what she told you?
Het zij te bevestigen dat jullie wat in de verklaring zo verschijnt, dat het de rechter weergave was wat zij voor u gezegd heeft.
She did, my lord.
Zij heeft eerbaar.
From Exhibit O, I see the initials RS and the signature that appears to be S or L Lombard. Is she the person who signed the statement?
Jullie op die verklaring kan zien dat is RS en nog aantekenen, voorkomens op S nummer. Is het zeker persoon wat aangetekend?
The RS is my initials, my lord, and the signature. And the signature is Ms. Lombard's signature, my lord.
En die aantekening zou weer voor Lombard zijn bespelen.
Thank you, Sergeant. First page, there's RS and then a signature, L Lombard. You've clarified that. Thank you. Did she indeed take an oath?
Let's say die geneem,
She did, my lord.
sy het eerbaar
And say she understood the contents of the statement to be true and correct?
sy het verstaan dat die inhoud van die verklaring correct is en reg.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis regsgeleerde.
And that she has no objections in taking the prescribed oath?
Dat sy geen beswaar gehad het om die eed af te lê.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis regsgeleerde.
And that she knows that she understands the oath to be binding in her conscience.
Dat sy ook bewus daarvan is dat die eed bindend op haar gewete is.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis regsgeleerde.
And she saw in God's name that the statement was correct.
Sy het ook gesien dat die verklaring reg is.
That's correct, my lord.
Regsgeleerde.
Thank you, Sergeant Sefobe. When I was perusing the statement of Laurentia,
Toe ek die verklaring van Laurentia weer kyk, weer lees,
I didn't see the mention of my client. Maybe it's because my imagination, I don't want to see his name there. I didn't see his name.
my naam van die kliënt wil nie verskyn, ek weet of ek nie dit so wil hê nie, maar ek wil voorkom as ek nie klaar kliënt se naam in die verklaring sien.
Please help and show me where it is.
Kan u dan vir my help om dit vir my uit te wys?
On page 2,
Page
paragraph
Laat sy
7,
teken,
paragraph 7, my lord,
paragraaf 7 teken,
line number 3, my lord.
reël 3 teken.
Oh, I couldn't read that as, I was thinking Shefi. I didn't know who's Shefi or Shichu. I didn't know that you are referring to my client.
Ek het dit gesien, maar ek het nie geweet dat u dit so die kliënt sou wees wat die naam daarop geskryf.
In the statement I took from Ms. Lombard, she only mentioned Mr. Van Rijn as Steffi.
Die verklaring wat ek geneem wat net van mevrou Lombard eerbaar sê net die naam van Steffi.
Was she specific as to the time she saw my client at Kelly's place?
Was sy spesifiek by die tyd toe sy my kliënt sien by die woon?
I do not recall all the contents in the statement, my lord, but it was mentioned that during the day of the 19th.
Ek kan nie alles wat in die verklaring staan of aanhou nie eerbaar, maar gedurende die onderhoud het hy wel gesê dit was gedurende die dag op die dag van die 19de.
I'm putting this question to you, Sergeant, because my client left his residence after 12 on the day in question. He might have passed Shelley's place after 1.
Ek sê dit vir u dat my kliënt sou sê waarom verlaat hy so op 12 uur. Hy sou verby Chelsea's plek gegaan so na 1.
I have read the statement of Ms. Lombard. I also see her statement makes a reference of her activities as far as Ms. Smith's house.
Ek het hierdie verklaring gelees van Detention, waar ek gesien het waar sy melding gemaak het van in verband met die bewegings by die huis van
On the 19th of February 2024.
op die 19de van Februarie 2024.
This is the question. When you took my client's statement on the 29th of February 2024 at police station, safe, okay,
Toe u die verklaring van die kliënt sou neem op die 29 Februarie polisiestasie,
did you notice any common details between her statement and my client's statement? If you did, what are those details?
So dieselfde sê en dan verklaring dat hy nie verklaring sou staan.
And if you did, if they are or they were, what are those details? Common details. What is common?
Dieselfde en dan sê verklaring staan en wat dan verklaring staan.
At the moment, I can recall that Ms. Laurentia did mention that Mr. Van Rijn was at the premises where the child went missing, and Mr. Van Rijn also did not deny that. He did say that he was at some point at the premises
Op hierdie stadium kan ek onthou dat mevrou van Laurentia sou gesê het dat dit skuldig is aan die twee of meneer Van Rijn op die kasteel was op die dag van die voorval. So dit is dieselfde wat meneer Van Rijn gesê dat hy ook daar was op die dag van die
I agree with you. These are the similarities I also noticed from your statement to my client's statement. My client does mention seeing Lombard at Kelly's place on the day in question. Further mentions smoking on that day. Further mentions that Lombard. She further mentions hearing Laurentia calling Joshlin.
Sy sê toe verder dat sy daar was, het gewerk, en hy sê toe verder dat hy kan onthou dat ek gehoor het dat Laurentia vir Joshlin so geroep het.
Would you agree with me?
Stem jy saam met my?
Yes, my lord.
Ja, julle
Before I release you, was there any reasons for you to suspect that she was not telling the truth?
was daar enige rede wat u kon verdink het dat sy die waarheid sou praat?
No, my lord.
Nee, julle.
You believed that what she was telling you was the truth.
U het geglo dat sy aan die oorgedaan het die waarheid sou wees.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so julle.
And she made you to believe what she was telling you was the truth.
So ek wil u laat glo dat sy vir u gesê het die waarheid is.
That's correct, my lord, because
Dis reg so julle.
she was aware that her statement is under oath, my lord.
Dan sê het geweet dat verklaring onderteken sou wees nie.
And she knew all these questions and the contents despite her scratching of the head and the arms.
That's
Sy
correct.
het vir u gesê alhoewel sy met van op en aan arms gekrap het.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so julle.
Is it correct that you took her statement the following morning or the following day after Joshlin was alleged to be missing? Yes, yes, my lord. Can I repeat the question?
That the statement was taken on the day after the
Dat die verklaring sou geneem was die volgende dag nadat ons nog onrus was. Moontlik.
That's correct, my lord.
Reg so julle.
Just a minute, my lord. This one is what the paper has said. Before I release you, Sergeant, my client didn't see Kelly's children on the 19th. Didn't see Joshlin. Didn't sit inside the shack. At all times, material that too, he was seated outside the shack.
Skuldig sou sê hy het nie keuse dit was op die dag nie. was nie binne die huis gewees nie, en alle tye het ek buite gesit.
Your comment?
En dan,
So there are two questions.
Okay.
The first statement is that he did not see Kelly's children at all on that day. So that's the first statement.
If that's what he testified to, my lord, I cannot argue with that, my lord.
And the second part is
At,
can you just repeat the second question?
at all times material that too. And on the 19th of February 2021, and at Kelly's place, he was seated outside.
Outside.
so alle tye gedurende die 19 Februarie, met Kelly se broer in die week gesit.
If that's what he testified to as well, my lord, I cannot argue with that.
As hy dan so gaan vertel julle maar kan ek dit aanspreek.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions for this.
Mr. Signarai.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, I would like to take a few instructions before I proceed with cross-examination. I see it's a few minutes before the short adjournment. I seek the court's indulgence and request that we take the adjournment a few minutes earlier so that I can take instructions during that time. That would be suitable, my lord. Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted to God.
just some few statements to put with the witness. With the leave of the court, may I proceed, my lord? My client instructs me that he was not at the police station on his own will,
De skuldige sal sê was nie by die polisstasie in sy eie wil nie.
nor was he brought by the SAPS to the police station.
Die polisie het hom ook nie geneem by die polisstasie.
As I've already testified, my lord,
Is dit klaar geteken te deel bepalen?
I was not aware how he was brought into the police station, and I also did not inquire, my lord.
En was nie bewus dat hy met die polisie wil gaan beland nie. Ek het ook nie navraag gedoen.
But despite how he was brought to the police station, he cooperated with the police officers.
Alhoewel en wat nog nie geneem was by die polisstasie, en dis is as al wat in die polisie wil gee.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis rest van die
My client instructs me that on the 29th of February 2024, while seated at home, he heard a commotion outside, many people speaking outside. He went outside to see what was happening. When he got outside, he saw a man in front of his house, a man, and this man was driving a gray small car, gray sedan, silver gray sedan. And this man just said to him, "We're here to take you. Come with us." That time he instructs me, he was not aware whether it's a private detectives or what was happening. Do you have any idea that any detectives went to take my client from his residence?
I've already testified, my lord. I am not aware of how Mr. Van Rijn was brought to the police station, my lord, so I cannot testify to what is being put to me, my lord.
Soos ek al reeds gesê het, waar ek weet nie meneer Van Rijn by die polisstasie vandag het nie, ek kan nie meer getuienis gee in verband met daardie vandag.
This car drove with him until a certain street, Fracham Street. I might be pronouncing this street wrongly. When they arrived there, the man who was driving with him from home until this point told him to get outside of the car.
Hulle het toe gery en die motor by die pad wat die rusum sê moorde gras van straat, waar die man toe kom gesê dat in die kar met my klip.
And at that time, he could see a convoy of cars. He said to me, it was like it's a rally for the president. He could see a convoy of many cars.
Hy toe lê, julle het hom voorkeer gesien.
And he was taken to an orange double-cab bakkie.
Hy was toe geneem na Oranje, double cab bakkie.
When he entered this bakkie, he could see Gaten Mackenzie.
Hy sê toe in die bakkie kyk Mackenzie sê.
He knows the driver by sight, but there was a third passenger. There was the other passenger.
Hy ken die ou wat bestuur het gesien het, maar daar was 'n derde passasier.
Is there any chance that Gaten Mackenzie is working with the police?
As daar enige kans dat meneer Mackenzie met die polisie werk?
I do not understand the question, correct, my lord.
Ek verstaan nie die vraag reg nie eerder.
I'll make it simple for you. Do you have any knowledge as who sent Mackenzie to send someone to pick my client from his residence?
Daar enige kennis hierso vir Mackenzie stuur om men te stuur Mackenzie stuur om men te stuur om die cliënt van sy te gaan haal?
I do not, my lord, and as I've already testified, I was with my captain when we were informed that Stefano is at the police station, my lord. I do not know how it came to him being brought to the police station, my lord.
Soos ek al reeds geteken het, maar ek daar nie kennis hoe beskuldig sou die polisiestasie op daardie. Ek was dan met my kaptein
My-
hoe ons gesê wat dat beskuldig by die polisiestasie is.
My instructions are that he was transported by Mackenzie, and the instructions that he must be brought to the police station were Mackenzie's instructions.
Hy sê dit was geneem na die polisiestasie. Dit was toe Mackenzie se instruksie dat hy moet geneem word na die polisiestasie.
You testify that you. Oh, sorry, my lord. Okay.
Were you aware at the time of any instructions given by Gayton Mackenzie?
Daai ek kennis van die instruksie wat ons ingegee was deur Mackenzie.
I do not, my lord.
Nee, julle bly by die kennis.
After you released him, did you ask him how is he going to get home?
Nadat die toekom dat gaan nie. Ek het hom gesê ons gesê ons sou by die aankom.
I did not, my lord.
Nee, julle bly by die.
Why you didn't?
Kom ek nie.
I assumed he can walk home or he can get home at the same way that he came to the police station, my lord.
Ek het getermine julle by die kwam sê. So stap op dieselfde manier is toe gaan soos ek die polisies opgedag het.
At some stage, you testify that you were instructed to go and address the crowd, address the committee members.
I misunderstood the police.
I thought we
I misunderstood the police.
I thought we clarified that earlier.
Yes, not.
That was not the evidence.
Can you correct me on this piece of evidence? When the crowd was outside,
Just one moment. I can't hear you because you're speaking away from the microphone.
I'm sorry, my lord, and I'm sorry. When you saw that there was crowd outside,
He is karas in die.
is there anything you did?
Het enigiets gedoen.
I did not do anything, my lord. I went into the police station.
Ek het niks gedoen nie, maar ek het die polisiestasie gegaan.
That's when Sergeant Molstein said to me and Captain Chetty that Stefano is at the police station, and seeing that his statement still needs to be obtained, can we please assist him with obtaining the statement, as he needs to go and address the part, the
Patriotic Alliance.
no, not the, he did not, it wasn't specific, he didn't say patriotic, the parties, what you, can't get to the word now.
The people that were outside.
Dit is toe die tyd toe die meeting gebeurd het, ons gesê het dat meneer Van Rijn en die polisiestasies kan ons om help om klaar te maken. Hy sou die skade beter aanspreek.
Thank you, Sergeant Spotter. Who was going to address the people who were outside?
Wie sou die skade beter aanspreek?
Sergeant Molstein, my lord.
So sal ons steun hier.
And he said so even yesterday. Thanks a lot, Sergeant Spotter.
Thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Sivanarayan.
Thank you for the indulgence on your own, my lord. Constable, were you one of the officials who was ever tasked with the duty of having to pick up or collect accused number 3 from where she might be to take her to the police station?
Was die enige taak om beskuldigde op te tel, of was die een van diere wat de taak was om beskuldigde op te tel om te neer te polisatie?
Yes, my lord.
Ja, geval.
Can you recall or tell us on how many occasions was this?
Kan iemand nou en vir onsself hoeveel keer dit so gebeur het?
I can't say precisely how many times, but it was numerous times.
En kan nie vir u soos ek sê hoeveel keer nie, maar dit was 'n paar keer.
My instructions from accused number 3 are that on the 4th of March, she as well as accused number 1 were picked up from Hawke's Bay Hotel, and you were one of the officials who were picked up from there.
Instructie van beskuldigde nommer 3 is dat self beskuldigde nommer 1 was toe opgetel by Hawke's Bay. Die was deel van die diere wat daar opgetel.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis rechtsgedeelte van
From the hotel, they were then taken to Sea Border Unit.
hulle is toe van die hand vanaf die hotel so geneem na Seaboard voor de eenheid.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis rechtsgedeelte van
And it was there at Sea Border Unit that accused 1 was taken in for questioning.
dus behaald dat was bij Seaboard, waar de beskuldigde nommer 1 ingeneem was voor ondervraging.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis rechtsgedeelte.
Do you know how long the interview with accused number 1 lasted?
Weet nie hoe lang die panneronde dat so beskuldigde nommer 1 so hou het.
I do not know, my lord, as I was not part of that interview, my lord.
Ek dra die kennis in dat julle maar aangesien ek deel van die persoon wat ondergevoer was nie.
Were you seated far from the room where this interview was being conducted?
Was die ver vanaf hierdie kamer waar hierdie panneronde so gevoer was.
I was far, my lord. At the sea border, there's 2 buildings in the same yard. The sea border offices are at the top and our offices are at the bottom. So I was at our office and the interview was being conducted at the sea border office, my lord.
Ek was ver deelbaar op Seaboard as die plek verdeel in 2 gebouwe. Ons gebouw is die onderkant en dis in so die agterkant is die gebouw. Waar die onderop so plaas wat hulle as die Seaboard is verseker gebouw. En dat die onze kantoor.
The reason why I'm asking how far you were away is because my instructions from accused number 3 are that during the interview with accused number 1, she could hear screams.
De rede waarom ek die vraag is dat beskuldigde nommer 3 sê dat die hele tyd toe wanneer het so gevoel was dat beskuldigde nommer 1 kon sy skreeu.
The buildings are not right next to each other, my lord.
Die gebouwe is nie een langs aan die ander die deelbare.
You did not hear any screams.
Nie ek nie en ons geskreef word.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg deelbaar.
Taking into consideration the distance away that you were, if someone was screaming, would you have heard it?
Kom ons vat nou die afstand van waar u was en waar hierdie onder ons plaas van. As daar op ons wees, wat so geskreef het, as het moontlik dat ons kan hoor.
If the person is screaming loud, my lord, I should have heard his
As die persoon so hard skree, so ek het nie geskreef so gehoor.
On the night of the or the evening of the 4th of March, did you ever invite accused number 3 to sit with you in your office?
Die naam of the aantal maar heb je een bestellen van de vraag of een way om je kan met ons?
Can I just get clarity on that? Are you talking about the evening of the 4th of March?
That is correct.
Because they were arrested early in the morning or taken in at Wikis by.
My Lord, may I just confirm that? May I approach you?
Yeah. I just want to get the timeline correct. In the plea explanations, it was said that they were taken from the Wikis Bay Hotel in the early hours of the morning of the 4th. That was a Monday. So is your question relating to that Monday evening?
My Lord, I've just taken instructions. My client confirmed that it was the early hours of the morning of the 5th. It was around
Of the 5th?
Yes, my Lord. Either at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock that morning.
So
It was towards the end of the interview with accused number 1 when you had asked her to come and sit with you in your office.
Dit was naby die einde van de bestellen van de diensten van de hoe je wat gevraagd om die kind wat om sit.
I think it's important to phrase the question precisely.
Thank you,
So
my Lord.
do I have it is that you're putting it to the witness
That is correct, my Lord.
that in the early hours of the morning of the 5th of March, between 1 and 2, it's an estimate, that the witness asked Ms. Smith to come and join her in her office and sit with her.
That is correct.
Did you get the statement, ma'am?
I got it, my lord.
Yes, do you have an answer?
I do not recall saying that, but I'm also not denying I might have said it, my lord.
Het kan niet onloop even de successen, maar het kan van de strijd of het.
Can you recall that you were there during the night?
Kan niet onloop dat iedereen aan daar was.
Yes, my lord.
Ja, ja.
So, and it's possible that she would have been in your office in the early hours of the morning.
That's correct, my lord. She was at the office, she was at our office, she was in and out of the office, my lord. She was walking outside at some point. She would be inside as well, my lord.
Ze sal eigenlijk in het gebouw zo bezig.
Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. Constable, my instructions are that after being requested to sit in her office, accused 3 refused after she heard the screams.
Sy sê nadat sy nog in die was sy kantoor was, sy toe verweer nadat sy geskreeu word.
Do you have any comment on that?
Kommentaar?
I do not recall that, my lord.
Dit kan nie dit onloop nie.
Thank you, my Lord. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Any re-examination, Ms. Sermon?
May you please tell us at what time
On the 4th of March, were you part of the police contingent that fetched accused 1 and 3 from the Hookies Bay Hotel?
Kan u verhoop se hula was ek deel van lede wat beskuldig nommer 3 en 1 so kan haal dis by.
I do not recall the exact time,
Ek kan nie die presiese tyd onthou nie eerlik.
but I believe it was during the day, because I remember after that there was even a photo of me that was trending around in the media that was, my lord, with on the day that I went to pick up Ms. Smith and Mr. Apollos from Hookies Bay, my lord.
Can you please repeat? For the interpreter, he didn't get that.
I said I could not recall the exact time, but
Ek kan nie presiese tyd onthou nie eerlik.
it was during the day. As from that event, there was even a photo that was taken of me and it was trending in the media,
Was
my lord.
vandag was ook 'n foto geneem.
In the time that accused 1 and 3 were brought to Sea Border / the FCS office, where was Ms. Smith being held?
Die tyd toe beskuldigde 1 en 3 toe geneem was na Sea Border kantoor waar was meneer Smith, waar was Juffrou Smith ingepak?
She was at the office at the bottom, which is our office, the FCS office, my lord.
Sy was by ons kantore onderdele.
And when you say she walked in and out, what did you mean by that?
As u sê sy moet kyk in en uit beweeg, wat bedoel u daarmee?
She wasn't sitting still, my lord. She was busy. She was walking up and down, my lord.
Sy het nie stil gesit nie, julle, waar sy op en af geloop. Was sy gearresteer in arrestasie?
No, my lord.
Nee, julle.
Thank you, my lord. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Sule. You may be excused.
Sy bolela besluit.
You may be excused.
As the court pleases, my lord, before the witness enters, I have been requested by the witness that her face not be shown on camera. This is a civilian, and she fears repercussions from the community and fears for the safety of her children. This is Namshla Tinzi, my lord. It's witness number 87 on the list, and for the benefit of the defense counsel, it's A150 in the docket. My lord, it's witness number 87 on the witness list.
Please give your full names to the court.
Chazela imuni namagama wakho ephelele.
Namhla Tinzi.
Namhla.
Namhla Tinzi. Namhla Tinzi.
Namhla Tinzi. Namhla Tinzi. Namhla would be A-N-N-A-M-H-L-A. And then Tinzi would be T-I-N-Z-I.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
Ingapha ikhona into engafuni?
You can.
No objection, my lord.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand.
Uyafuna konke okuzachaza kuzawube inyani yodwa inyani kuphela. I do.
So help me God.
With the chief. Witness is sworn in, my lord. Ungaxoxa sesiwamahlala. Lingqina ke eli elandedisayo ekufuneni uJoshlin Smith ngosuku lwa-19 yangesibili 2024.
Are you aware whether the witnesses' images are already not there in the public domain?
My Lord, not to my knowledge.
Now, Ms. Tinsley, there's a request, I believe, emanating from yourself.
Khona ke isicelo ukuthi abasuka kuwe
Do not wish your images to be shown in the media and on live television as this case is televised live.
uyacela ukuthi kuze babungaveli emaphepheni kanye i-TV njengoba yadala ke kumabonakale. That's my request, Lord. I don't want to.
Can you provide me with the reasons why you want me to make such an order?
Ingaba ungakwazi ukuchaza izizathu zokuba umthetho wacela isicelo sifanelisi? Yes, I do have.
Yes, I'm listening.
I'm scared of the community and also very careful with my kids. I don't want them to see my social media.
Do you know whether members of the community know that you're a witness in the matter?
Ingaba ngokwazi kwakho ekuhlaleni kuyazoba ulingqelo lotyala ngokwazi kwakho.
Ayakwaziwana abayazi.
They are unaware of what I'm doing.
Mr. Harmse, anything from your side?
I have no submissions on this matter.
Ms. Nkabai, anything from your side? Thank you. Mr. Sivnarain? Unlike some of the previous witnesses that we've had, who are members of the South African Police Services, where I've ruled otherwise, I am going to request the media not to focus on the image of the witness. If needs be, I will revisit the decision as we go along.
Umyalelo yinto yokuba ndiyawucela ke abezendaba angabisakuvuza lo umbuso wakhe eli uba umhlanga nje mqhuba kwexesha mhlanga wakhona uthixo bachazela.
You may still, however, capture the images of the questioner, being either the prosecutor or the defense or the bench or the court personnel.
Kodwa lowo ke ukuze imibuzo ngomdesa ke mhlekelo mhlanga mthuthisi amagqwetha ke ngomnye mhlanga zabe imibuzo kodwa abantu abangakulungile.
The accused and or attendees to the proceedings.
Kwaye namanye abo ke bazaphendulile abamangalelwa.
Do you understand the ruling, Ms. Tinsley?
Ofisa umyalelo wam ubuso bakho buzovela enensikeni mabona bonke kodwa bakhe abanye bazawuyenza singaziva.
My Lord, yes.
I understand, my Lord.
So for now, take a deep breath. Relax. I can see you very nervous.
Uthi ke umoya sisi. Suba nekhaya umoya. Kokumoya umoya.
You try and go slow, Ms. Ehrman, so that the witness first relax
Indeed.
a little bit. I can see she's very tense.
Sawuthi chu komkhuhlane ke kube ngokungathi.
Good day, ma'am.
Good.
This is the first time you're testifying in a court, is that correct?
Ingaba kuqala nqa unikezela kunqaba inkundleni namatyala.
Ewe inyani, my Lord.
It is correct, my Lord.
I want you to listen very carefully to the questions that are being asked. Breathe. Only when you understand the question must you answer.
Ndiyakucela ke umamelisele kuhle ukuze xa ubuzwa uphefumle Uqala ucingisise phambi kokuba uphendule umbuzo. Dit sal vir u vra om noukeurig te luister na die vraag. U moet eers asemhaal en eers dink voordat u antwoord kan gee.
And only when you understand.
En net as u verstaan, kwaai ek jou nou nie kan impendulo, kan ek jou landelo kan mhlawumbe.
We're going to go very slowly because, as you will see, all court personnel are writing notes. So please take your time.
Ons gaan baie stadig aangaan, aangesien u kan sien meestal van die personeel en hof moet neerskryf. Sou titroke umkhuhlane ke sinangxamisisi kuba basaqaphela wonke umuntu bhala phansi.
Are you okay now, ma'am?
There is a change, yes.
Very good. Now let's start with, can you please tell the Honorable Court, where do you reside?
You don't have to give the full address with street and house number.
Indeed.
Maybe just the general area, and if it's necessary, the perspectives of depth, etc., from where she was.
Thank you, my lord.
Iyabuza ke umtshutshisi bawuhlala ukuthi umuntu ecingelele noma ungachazi inombolo yomzi wakho kwayohlala ndawoni chaza nje ingingqi uhlala khona. But sibona after ufuni i-phone address kasini na di-area after us. I'm residing at Tsitsiratsitsi, my lord.
Now, we know that the reason you are here is because on the 19th of February 2024, you participated and helped Ms. Smith, that's accused number 3, in the search for Joshlin Smith. Is that correct?
Dit is 'n gemeenskap almal weet dat dit heel was van stop op die begin van die tweede maand van 24 toe hulle op soek was met Joshlin Smith en met juffrou Smith.
Nyani, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Please tell the court, on that particular day, what time did you come home from work?
Wasifika ngabani ixesha kuthiwa kwakhe emsebenzini ulanso ipaniveka sokoma
Emsebenzini nditshayisa u-5 o'clock, so endlini ndafika past 5.
and you want my lord to knock off at 5 o'clock at home I might have arrived after 5. Vanaf die werk stay on state at 5 and so many wonen aankomt so na 5.
What happened when you arrived home that day?
Before ndifike endlini, uye uKelly wandikhwaza ndama. Then weza kum wabuza bakhange ndimbone na uJoshlin.
Then she came to me and asked me, didn't I see Joshlin? Say to me, you come on, Mr. Proud, pick up Joshlin, so was in it.
Ndathi kuKelly hayi ndisuka emsebenzini khange ndimbone uJoshlin.
Then I said to her, I didn't see Joshlin, I just come from work. Except if I were near getting to Joshlin to see me, I get my first money back.
Then ndangena endlini.
Then I entered the house.
Ndalungiselela isapha.
Then I was preparing supper. Because to Mason, but to Aunt, it was for Berea.
Then waphinda wabuya uKelly after a few minutes. Wabuya ndabuza ba wamfumana na uJoshlin.
She came back, my lord, and then I wanted to know from her, did you eventually found Joshlin? Say to the rest, come at Friday for say, I ate the Joshlin to the grave.
Wathi yena akakamfumani.
Then the answer was that she has not found it yet. Say to say to further say to have not gevonden gekregen.
Is it correct, ma'am, that your home is not very far off from Ms. Smith's home?
Ingaba kunjalo na umzi wakho okude kakhulu endlini kaMsmith.
Ewe, inyaniso, my lord.
That's correct, my lord. It is right that when we fear this one, it was Smith's going
What happened next?
kwenzeka le nto ngoko.
Emveni koba ndimbuzile ukheli uba umfumene na uJoshlin, uye wathi akakamfumani.
After I asked Kelly to find Joshlin, she said she didn't find Joshlin yet. Nadat gevraagd of ze de Joshlin gekry, she said ze het de Joshlin gekry.
Ndacela umntana wam omncinci ugama lakhe ngukhe wange. Ndathi mabahambe umjonga epakini apho kudlala khona abantwana.
Then I asked my younger child with the name of Kewange to go and look at the park where they usually play. Ek vraag toe my jongste kind met die naam van Kewange om te gaan kyk by die park waar hulle gewoon weer speel.
Ndithe makahambe ibingukhe wange ingukheli inguRekweni umntana kaKheli obulingana nokhe wange.
It was Kewange, my son, Kelly, and
Rekweni.
Rekwen, that is the son to Smith, who's the same age as Kewange. I get to Kewange from the Smith, and I've seen Rekwen from almost the professor. But when Kewange said the older dog as Rekwen.
Bahambile ke bayojonga epakini.
They left to go and look at the park, and let's go back to the park.
Baphinde babuya ke ndabuza uba nifumene na uJoshlin phaa epakini.
They came back and I asked them again, did you find Joshlin in the park? And I could terug keer ek praat vir hulle of hulle Joshlin toe by die park gekry het.
Wathi ukheli abamfumenanga.
Kelly said, we didn't find him. Kelly said, ons het nie wat gevind nie.
Then emveni koko ndiye ndathi kukheli masihambe sojongani eDeasville apho khona uthanda ukuthi uya khona kwamalume wakhe.
I suggested to Kelly, let's go to Deasville, to her uncle, where she usually goes to. Ek het voorgestel aan Kelly ons moet na die oomseis toe gaan in Deasville, waar sy gewoon weer heen gaan.
Siye sahamba ke emveni koba ndithe kukheli masihambeni siye eDeasville uye waphendula ubhuta wathi uJoshlin akekho phaya eDeasville. Ndabuza ke mna ba kutheni usithi akekho phaya. Wathi ke na kukude for uba uJoshlin aye phaa kwamalume wakhe. Ndathi
when I asked that, my lord, is she not in Deasville? Then Buddha answered, she wouldn't be at Deasville. My follow-up question was, why do you say that? Then he said, it's quite far. Voordat ze nog antwoord het Buddha toch antwoord, maar concerning Deasville, obviously, the reden wat ik toen het geval had om nie, hij zei dat het bij affair.
Ma'am, if I can just stop you there. Where did this conversation take place?
ukheli nobhuta bona ngapha kweyadi mna ndilapha eyadini.
Kelly and Buddha was outside the yard, they was inside the yard. But they were on the other side of the yard. Kelly and Buddha was in the Anakan on the Hill, and it was in the Anakan on the Hill.
Very well. What happened next?
Once you remember home,
Ndawuthi kukheli umuntu kelahlekile ukhangela naphi so masambeni sine Deasville.
then I said to Kelly, when someone gets lost, you can go anywhere to look for the person. Let's go to Deasville.
So you
I
just
said for Kelly, as a person for masters, can you get on the plate for the person? So, almost on Deasville.
so unlike what Bhuta was saying, you were still adamant that you wanted to look in Deasville.
Ngaphandle because of Buddha, what the way now, we can say give yourself in Deasville.
Ngicela uphinde kancane.
Nakubeni uBuddha ke ichazile into yoba akanayathi ngesibhilondana kodwa kwelapha kusafuna niyethi ngaso.
Injalo my lord.
That's correct, my lord. That's right, so yelapha.
Good. You're doing very well, Ms. Tanzi.
I'm trying to recall from the inspection in loco. If you would stand at their door, you basically look in the direction of your house.
Do you understand what the court is saying, Ms. Tinsey?
The court says you can stand in my door.
If you would stand in the door of the house of Mr. Apollos and Ms. Smith, and you would look directly out of the door, one will look in the direction of your house. It's slightly to the left, but
Injalo, my lord.
That's correct.
that's the house with a big gate. There's a big gate there now.
Ayinqanga igate yam kodwa inkulwanga ndingatsho.
My gate is not big, but not even small. Let us say, that's just what
My lord, if I may assist the court, in the inspection in loco, if we were standing at Mr. and Mrs. Smith's home, at the front door, this, Ms. Tinsey's house will be to the right. It was pointed out as such, not on the left, it was the right.
To the right,
Yes, my lord.
but it's not far.
Not far, it can be seen from, let me ask the witness, my lord. Ms. Tinsey, if I'm standing at the door of Mr. and Mrs. Smith's house, and if I look to the right, I can clearly see your house, isn't that correct?
Injalo, my lord.
That's correct.
It was pointed out at the inspection,
Indeed, my lord.
and we still awaiting the note where we will have the correct measurements in meters. That will be read into the record.
That is correct.
But I can recall exactly where it was, where people said, that's Namshala's house. Namshala's house, yeah.
Thank you, my lord.
Good, so you were on your side, they were on the other side of the fence, and you were now talking about whether you should go to Diazville or not. That's when I interrupted.
Ngiphindele.
Uthi ke ngethuba ke ngithetha malunga ke wena mfana wasendlini yakho ngokwakho eyadini yakho kwama kuyethi yasifika.
Ewe ndiseyadini yam apha emva endlini.
Yes, I was in my yard at the back of my house.
What happened next?
Kwenzeka ntoni ngoko?
Siye sahamba saya eDeersville.
We left to Diazville, once to Diazville too.
Ibindim inguKelly, inguRayquen, inguKhewange bengumntana kaKelly omncinci uRachel.
It was myself, Kelly, her two kids, the smaller one and Rayquen, and then my son Kewange.
Did you walk there, ma'am?
Now, home.
Injalo, my lord.
Yes, my lord. Once I saw to the food, I saw myself, yes, Kelly, twee kinders, 'n jongste dogtertjie en my seun.
Proceed. What happened?
Kubekeka kwenzeke ntoni?
Siye sahamba ke sawufika kule ndlu athi kwamalume wakhe ne. Then
my lord, and I reached the house, which was the uncle's. Ons is toe weg deur dan by die bereik wat op die ons in was.
ndiye ndihamba ngaphandle wahamba wongena ngaphakathi yena.
I stood outside, then she went inside. Ek het buite bly staan, sy is toe binne in.
Baye bathetha ke bathetha iAfrikaans but I can't understand what bathini na.
Hulle het toe gepraat met hulle in Afrikaans, maar ek kon nie uitmaak wat hulle gesê het. They spoke by Afrikaans, but I couldn't make out what they were saying.
Sithe ka sisendleleni xa sibuyayo
On our way back, op pad terug,
ndafowunelwa
I received a call, ek het toe opgekonfirm.
bendifowunelwa nguyonelisa
Yonelisa, we're calling you. Yonelisa, ugeskakel.
ebebuza uba ndiphi na ngoba umntana wam omdala uphaa kuye ndihambe nesikhiya.
Sy toe gevra waar ek was, want ek is gearresteerd, toe kan sy op soek na my. Then she wanted to know where I was, because my eldest child was looking for me, I left the key.
Then ndiye ndamxelela into yoba sikhangela uJoshlin. Wathi ke nake sidlule phaa kuye noKheli. So
Then I said to her, we were looking for Joshlin, and then the answer was that on your way back you must come past my house, you and Kelly. I said before I was talking to Joshlin, so I said for me, open na beginning to be made.
ndiye ndathi kuKheli ke ngoku makahambe uJoshlin phaa endlini uba akakabuyi na.
I then said to Kelly, go to your house and see Evan Joshlin return here. Except for Kelly Khanile, he's told Sitter not on Joshlin, not in the
Uye wayomjonga ke endlini wafumanisa uba akekho. Wabuya
Then she went to
wazo
the house and she realized that she was not at home. And put to it the same way he was.
wabuya wazondixelela into yoba akekho akakabuyi.
Then she came to me and told me that she's not back yet. Sy kom terug na my toe en sê sy is nog nie terug.
Siye saya ke endlini kaYonelisa ke. Then sahamba sayokhangela.
Then we went to Yonelisa's house. My Lord Yonelisa would be Y-O-N-E-L-I-S-A, Yonelisa.
Siya sahamba sihambe sibuzisa siyetheka sesitratweni saseZola sadibana nomntana okule age efana nayo elingana nekakhe wange which is umntanami.
We walked around asking questions around the area. When we reached the street, Zola, the name of Zola, then we came up with a child with the same age as my son, Kewande. Wanted to run from the part Zola, to those who are curtain with Excel, that other than must be Kewande.
Siye sabuza lo mntana bakangambona uJoshlin wathi lo mntana bembonile hamba nabantwana abamakhwenge.
Then we asked her, I went to see Joshlin. Then the child said, I saw Joshlin with boys, together with some boys. I got to walk to Prophet and say, are you from Joshlin to see that? I say, I can see, maar met underseers.
Then ndathi ke mna bembona phi wandixelela ndathi ke makasiyazi lo ndlu mahambe uyosikhombisa yona.
Ons vraag van weet nie waar dit is. Ek kon sê maar ek het toe gevra of ons ek weet waar dit was. Then we asked him as to where they went, what there was, where it was. He said yes, I can go show you where it was.
Siye sahamba ke saya kule ndlu istrato sakhona iPeter Mukhaba Street.
Then we left to the street. The name of the street is Peter Mukhaba Street. Ons is toe weg na hierdie straat. Die straat se naam is Peter Mukhaba Street.
Uye uKheli wangena ngaphakathi thina sama ngaphandle estratweni.
Kelly is to run, waar ons buiten in die pak staan. Kelly went inside, we stood outside.
Then uKheli uthe ekungeneni kwakhe phaya uthathe ithuba elide elingange 20 minutes.
When they went inside, she took a long time, a period for about 20 minutes. To say, for a period of 20 minutes.
So ndamkhwaza ke mna ke kuba ndandicingela uba kuzomka umbane ngo-10 ndamkhwaza weza.
I called out a name because I was now concerned that the electricity may go off, will go a tenant home. I get to focus clear, but it was the moment that the electricity, so here comes the TV.
So weza uKheli ndabuza uba ebehlele ntoni phaya.
Then she came and I wanted to know from you, why were you staying why were you remaining there in the house? Say, you can't get from me so long as
Uye wathi betshasa ifoni ndathi ke maka ungabhizi utshasa ifoni kodwa uyabona uba sikhala umntana.
She said I was charging my phone. Mine was to her, how can you be concerned about charging the phone while looking for the child? So it said to me, she was blessed from a phone there live. I tried to come suddenly on the phone, but I couldn't.
Ndambuza ke uKheli uba kuthiwa napha kulana wathi ke na ke kuthiwa umntana khangaboni.
I asked us what did the people say at the house? Then she said they say they haven't seen the child. Ek vra toe vir haar, wat sê die mense nie? Sy sê die mense sê toe, dat hulle nie die kind gesien het nie.
Ndiye ndathi ke mna ke nawudathi singamfumenanga umntana masifone amapolisa.
Then I suggested that even though we haven't found the child, we need to call the police. Except for aangesien as die kind so gevonden as wat die polisie staat.
Siye sawufona kumapolisa ke afike kwistrato sikuso ePietermokaba Street.
We called the police, and the police arrived at us in the street we were in Pietermokaba Street. Ons stap dat die polisie hulle het ons in die straat waar ons was, Pietermokaba Street.
Afikile ke amapolisa ke sabe sibachazela ngento ka Joshlin.
The police arrived, they explained to them the issue about Joshlin. Police opened up and they didn't know Joshlin.
Baye babuza kuba bebuza imibuzo apha kukhelu. Baqale bathi masibabonise ipicture yalomntana. Bakhona abantu ababonile pha primary Deasville. Mhlambi usengoba nguJoshlin.
Then they wanted to a picture of Joshlin because they say they saw children at primary school Deasville. It is probable that amongst those children Deasville can be Joshlin could be amongst them. Hulle vra toe vir 'n foto van Joshlin want hulle sê toe hy was kinders by Deasville primêre. Moontlik dat Joshlin tussen hierdie kinders.
Ukheli wababonisa ke picture ufumanise into yoba ngoJoshlin lapha.
Kelly wist for a photo. Hulle also kom dat van die kinders was nie meer klaar. Kelly showed them a photo that it appeared that amongst those kids, the children, she wasn't amongst them.
Babuza imibuzo kukheli into yoba umntana ebelinesikolweni nangolwasuku belahleka ngalo.
Then they wanted to know from Kelly, the child attended school on the day that she got lost. Hulle vra of the kinders school based on whether the doctor got lost.
Impendulo kaKelly uye wathi hayi.
The answer was no. The answer was obviously near.
Wabuza uba ebehleli nabani ngela xesha ebengekho yena uKelly ubuthe emsebenzini. Wabuza uba ebeshiyeke nabani ngela xesha.
The next question was that when she said she was at work, was that with whom did she remain behind? Before the fact was obvious, and since they said was received after the year, when we still become by days play after the day.
Wathi ebeshiyeke noBhuta.
Then she said she stayed with Bhuta. She said she was with Bhuta.
Then ndathi ke ngoku uKelly kuba umbane umka ngo10 ndathi abantu ngathi ke bazolala pha endlini so maqhubeleke bekhangela ndahamba nabo kungabantwana ndaya endlini.
Then since lockdown
Load shedding.
was from the start at 10 o'clock my lord, they become a little bit agitated. I took the children with me to my house, sleep at my house, to check out the Kelly's children. And then I said to her, they can carry on with the search. Now that I do that the beerkracht will begin, I neem to the kinders met me, naar my huis toe Kelly's kinders, dat hulle by my sal word. En ek vra vir Kelly om te gaan met die soektocht.
So siya sawulala ke ngoku wemka umbane ngo10. Ndamfo.
Then we went to sleep. Then electricity was gone at 10 o'clock.
Ndamfonela uKelly kuba ndifuna uqonda uba umaxa kuphi ukhangela ngoJoshlin. So zanga yaringa ifoni sayiphendula.
Then I called Kelly to find out from her as to how far everyone with the search.
Is this now still?
Without the person answering.
Is this now still the same evening?
Was that the same evening, ma'am?
Injalo my lord.
That's correct, my lord. Het started for Joshlin om ek te kon hoeveel hulle met die soektocht, maar die voor dit aangehou lê, is ek geantwoord.
Mr. Blouse, Kelly.
Kelly.
What happened the next morning?
Uzile uKelly endlini.
Kelly came to my house, my lord.
wazothi umntana akakafumaneki.
Then she came and tell us the child has not been found yet. So he only the phone na my issue, and she said he can pass on the phone.
What time was that?
Go on, Matasha, and was well and I. Ibu mo ba naman Matasha ka sa doktor?
In the morning.
Around past 7.
Witnesses around 7. The khatay susu na isiyo.
So uzile wathi ke namntana akakafumaneki ndabe sesithi ke malungiselwe emsebenzini makathatha abantwana.
She came and said, "You haven't found a child yet," and I said, "You must take your children because I'm a parent who to work." So he said, "You depend on the funding." And for a minute, I understand the was
And when you refer to children, you're talking about Requin and Raquel.
Yes, my lord.
That's correct, my lord. It is Requin and Raquel.
After this day, ma'am, did you participate in any searches for Joshlin?
Khange nibe nalo ngoba oko bendimane ndiphangela oko.
I did not partake in any search because I was at work all the time. And only the young and the soup talk for Joshlin when I was guilty.
So, on the evening of the 19th of February 2024, you were with Ms. Smith from, say, after 5 when you arrived home, right up until 10 p.m. when there was load shedding. Is that correct?
A little longer way, 19th of February 2024, time of 5. This week, the better interest of the load shedding.
Njalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord. He was unmet with Smith service in number of
Now, I'm just going to go a little bit back and ask you a few questions about what you've just told us, okay? Firstly, when Ms. Smith made the report to the police, did she inform them the reason for which Joshlin did not go to school?
I don't remember, my lord. Thank you to Ms. Smith so order the police. It's a say at the leader for that school to alone.
When she made the report to you, can you tell the court exactly what she said to you? That is about Joshlin not being at home or Joshlin missing.
Can you repeat that again?
No problem. Remember, you told us you came home after 5 and Ms. Smith approached you and said she was looking for Joshlin. What exactly did she tell you regarding how she had come to start looking for Joshlin? What was the problem?
Ngoku ndisuka emsebenzini weza kum ukhili ne.
On the way from work, Kelly came to me.
Ndamlinda wabuza uba khange ndimbone na uJoshlin ngoku ndisuka emsebenzini.
Then she wanted to know from me, didn't you see Joshlin on the way from work? So if I may, I think Joshlin was seen apart from me there.
Kulapho ndilathi hayi khona.
That's when I said, no, let us do it for us and here.
Did she at any point say to you what the reason was why Joshlin was at home that day?
Zangandichazele manje.
She didn't give me a reason as to why Joshlin was at home.
And I see you have recalled quite a few streets that you visited that particular night. When you went to the uncle's house in Deasville, Do you remember or do you know what street that was that you went to?
My Lord.
I don't remember the name anymore. The Canadian now and play starts now and just go.
Now, can you please describe to the court what was Miss Smith like on that day? How was she acting? What did you observe about her?
In other way, you want to speak, I said, why don't you go?
Ngela xesha siya eDeersville wayekhala.
On our way to Deersville was crying. Opata Deersville says,
Kodwa ngothi sesibuyile ke ngosipha Peter Mukhaba Street engasakhali.
but on the way back at Peter Mukhaba Street, she was crying. Maar terug aan Peter Mukhaba Street, I said, you are
For how long have you been living near Mr. and Mrs. Smith?
Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith, Mr. Police.
That's Buta and Kay.
Ayilo xesha lide, my Lord.
It's not a long time now. It's still a long time.
In the time that you lived there, did you have any altercation or bad words with them?
My Lord.
No, my Lord.
Isn't it further correct that your son Kewange used to be sent to a Kelly, that's Miss Smith, to learn Afrikaans?
Injalo, my Lord.
That's correct.
You describe your relationship with them as friendly?
Asikho close but singaxabani.
We are not close, my Lord, but we never had any bad words towards each other. One was baby, was until I was at the waiting just about that and then I
My Lord, if the court will please bear with me. Thank you, my Lord. I have nothing further for the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Certainly. Maybe, Mr. Sivnarain, if you also want to take an instruction now, make use of the opportunity. Nothing was said about accused number 2, so I'm not going to ask Ms. Mkabai.
Thank you, my Lord.
Is your next witness local?
Witness is here, my Lord.
The witness here. Because I anticipate that cross-examination won't be long.
Thank you, my Lord. That's all.
Yes, Mr. Adams, are there any questions?
My Lord, yes. You have a few questions.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Mr. Tinsley, I just want to ask you a few questions. So what concerns me is, and I want to ask you How sure are you of your times on that evening of 19 February 2024?
Uqiniseke kangakanani ngamaxesha wakho ngala mini 19 kaFebruary 2024?
Ngicela uphindele.
Can you repeat that again?
I want to make sure, I want to ask you questions to make sure about the times that you are giving evidence about on that evening on 19th of February, the times that you have mentioned in your evidence.
So kuza ke kuzoba namaxesha okuwachazile ngexesha lomsebenzi.
No, the question was how sure is the witness about the times that she had given.
I'm going to ask you questions.
Now let the witness answer, Mr. Adams. You've asked the question about
Dan
how
phethe iphone.
I had my phone. I had my phone in my hand.
Yes, thank you.
You were working in ShopRite, correct?
When I was in the Saldanha Bay, ShopRite.
Yes, my lord.
It's correct, my lord. ShopRite.
And at what time did your shift end?
Immediately shift at that time.
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, my lord. 20 minutes, so they stop.
Now, when your shift ends, when it's 5 o'clock, do you have to go and change? Do you have to go cash up anywhere? What was your position? Checker, did you do your cashier or your merchandiser? Beg your pardon.
She didn't work at Checkers.
I'm sorry, I mean ShopRite, sorry, I mean ShopRite, not Checkers, yeah, sorry.
Ngelixa ke usiphume emsebenzini uqonda nje usiphenda emsebenzini nje ba umuntu ofuneka uyotshintsha impahla okanye ufuneka ukwenza i-catch up uba mhlawumbi i-cashier phaya okanye wenza umsebenzi kaShopRite.
Ngiqonda bona e-taxi rank.
No, my lord, I go straight to the taxi rank. Near the taxi rank.
Okay, so you finished work that evening at 5 o'clock and you walked to the taxi rank and took a taxi to go home, I assume.
Yes, my lord.
Correct, so my lord.
Now, can you remember, can you tell this court, and say if you can't, what time did you actually get home?
Andiqinisekanga uba ndafika bani endlini phathi ndifike past 5.
I'm not definitely sure what time I arrived past 5 to say. And this is but so now 5.
Okay, then your evidence says that you, when you got home, you heard Kelly calling you. What time was that? Can you recall?
Ungexesha semveni ko-5 emsebenzini bendingafika endlini laxesha eliyana because
After 5, my lord, from my work, I don't reach my house yet. Because now I feel about there, the documents ready.
Now, in your evidence, you also said that you were speaking to Kelly over your fence, over the fence. I assume you were already at your house and you were speaking to Kelly over the fence, correct?
When this witness engaged with accused number 3, please may I ask that the questions specify which point are we talking about?
My lord, I didn't hear what this prosecutor said now. Please, can I specify which?
When she said she was on the inside of the fence, was not at that stage when she got home. It wasn't the first encounter. I'm looking at the evidence as she was still approaching her house. Then she went home and she cooked dinner.
Yes, indeed.
And only thereafter was this fence. Then it was the park. Then it was the fence.
Yes. So I'm referring to that incident that she gave evidence about.
So that was much later.
That was much later. I'm
It was
referring
later.
to that incident.
Yeah. It was later.
Yeah. Yes, it was later, as I assume.
So what's the point?
I'm getting to the point.
No, because the way you phrased the question, you said you were inside your yard and they were outside and the fence. So you haven't reached home yet. That was the suggestion. And that's clearly wrong.
I'm trying to establish and remind her the way I understood her evidence is that she was talking to Kelly, and in her evidence she says also Buddha said something.
No, that is so. But Mr. Harmson, unless you... If you want to jump to the middle of the evidence, then you must say, I'm going straight there. You ask her about the time she left work, get in the taxi, go home, on your way to, home, and then you jump to the fence, and then you suggest that the witness had not yet reached home. She wasn't home yet.
I will take her evidence step by step, my lord.
So at the time that this question, where your client first featured, was there, but then it was already the dinner that happened. The kids had already gone to the park, and they'd come back.
Yeah.
And it was then that she said, let's go to Diasville.
That's correct. I understand that, my lord. Can I take it from there?
Yeah.
Thank you, my lord.
So that's after dinner was cooked and everything.
Yeah, I apologize. I just jumped
Yeah.
all that, my lord. So just to make clear you understand now, Ms. Tenzi, I'm jumping with your evidence to after you had cooked dinner. You said you started to cook dinner. You remember that?
Injalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And then there were some people. You said it's your son, and it was Kelly, and went to the park to look at if Joshlin was at the park. Is that right?
Injalo, my lord.
That's correct.
Now, can you tell this court when they came back from the park? They went to look and they came back, and your evidence is that that Joshlin wasn't at the park. Can you recall or tell the court what time that was?
Answer, Kumbulo, my lord.
I don't recall the time of that. He said to get on the party, to the field, not so the country was, they said that they were both.
Was it after dark?
It's a kind of, so
My lord.
does not time. Does not need mountains. It does not act yet.
But it becomes dark, becomes dark after 7, 8 o'clock, and that. I beg your pardon, my lord. it comes dark, probably 8 o'clock that night.
Injalo, my lord.
That's correct.
So could it, so would it be fair to say that that time was around about 6, after 6?
Singatsho njalo, my lord.
You may say so. It's can still say, can say that because it says, now says.
Then after they came back from the park, your son, Kelly, did Kelly call you from her house?
Ndiye ndave bababuyile ngoku lapho ndindabuza khona.
I realized that they are dead. That's why I went to ask. They did the second stuff. I don't who can try it.
So you realized that back? Did your son come back to your house?
So this is what I about
Andisakhumbuli, my lord.
I don't recall whether they can come to my house. The coming there alone is still to the place on the park of
But you say you saw that Kelly and them who went to the park were back at their house. You saw that?
Ndabeva bethele bababuyile ebhakini lapho nenaphuma khona boza ke ngoba bamfumene na.
I hear them talking outside the road. That's when I came out and inspired from them that they found me. Hey. And that the people of
Now, when you say hello, who are you referring to?
uKelly umntanami which is uKhewange noRekwen.
Kelly, my child Kewame, and Rico. So Kelly is Kewame and Rico.
Now, my instructions are, accused one, Mr. Apollo says, you heard your evidence that you said when you told this court that you suggested to Kelly that they must go to Deersville.
Njalo, my lord.
Your evidence was that you heard my client, Mr. Apollo, say that she won't be there, or to the extent something that she won't be there, it's too far.
Njalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord. He said to them, that because they started out and these people are fair.
Now, my instructions are that he wasn't there anymore.
Sorry. Ayizange ahambe ubhuta eDeersville.
I understand that, and he doesn't say he went with you. He's just saying that he did not speak to you or make a comment there saying that, because your evidence was that Buddha answered that Joshlin won't be there, talking about Deersville. He says he did not say anything, he wasn't there.
Uthi ke yena udokotela bazange athethe nawo, zange athethe nawo ne-DSVL.
Ayikho njalo, my lord.
That's not correct, my lord.
What is not correct?
Yintoni into enjalo?
Your statement.
Ngeke ngifesha.
Just one moment, please. You've made a statement
I
to
made
the
a statement.
witness. The witness says it's not correct.
Okay,
So how
thank
can you ask the witness what is not correct? It's clearly an answer to your question.
Thank you, my lord. So when you say it's not correct, you're saying my client, Mr. Pullis, is not correct when he says that he wasn't there and you didn't hear him say anything about going to Deyersville. It's too far, Joshlin wouldn't be there. Is that what you're saying is not correct?
Lilo nduzama ukuthi ngichaza ukuthi ngoba ayekuphayana nabantu ayikhaphela ukuthi leyo lesithetha kanjani lo.
Ayayijalo.
Where he says he was not there, it's not correct. As I say, this is the record.
You're giving evidence to the court now, and I tried to get you to recall the time, and you did say you finished 5 and you got to work at home just after 5. My client would say, and it sounds to me like you're saying from the time you got home, that all the discussions with Kelly and who else was there took place very soon after 5 o'clock. Is that correct?
Ungixele emveni ko-5 uKelly.
She told me after 5 o'clock.
Okay. Now, my
She
client,
didn't say nothing.
I
Just
just
one
want to tell you what
moment.
my client said.
Just one moment. The question was that most of the discussions there took place shortly after 5.
Yeah.
That's the question.
Ngexesha ngibuya emsebenzini kanye.
When I was coming from work,
Now let's try and clear up the confusion with times. You knocked off at 5 o'clock.
Injalo, my lord.
yes,
Then you had to go to the taxi rank.
Injalo, my lord.
How long does it take you from work to the taxi rank?
Tata itubeni ngakanani kusuka kwemsebenzini ukuya kuyiteksi. Ukusuka kwakho emsebenzini wakho phambili khona kuthatha ixesha ngakanani kusuka kwemsebenzini ngapha eteksini.
2 minutes.
2 minutes now. So 3 minutes in front of the taxi.
And can you recall whether you waited for the taxi or were there taxis available immediately?
Ingaba awusophumula wahlala kuyiteksi jwana okanye ufike kwabeke ya iteksi ngoba.
Andisakhumbuli, my lord.
I can't recall. I can't even go to the taxi. I've several career to taxi.
Good. And how long does it take from the taxi rank to where you live?
Kwele taxi ni ndio ukiyapata kwa mshule na taxi kana.
Plus minus 12 minutes.
Plus minus 12 minutes, plus minus 12 minutes.
So is it safe to say that you got home before 5:30?
Injalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord. As well. Sunday is also for access.
So that's when the first interaction with Miss Smith took place that night. Or afternoon.
Endlini, ewe, injalo, my lord.
On my way home, yes.
Then you went home and you cooked dinner.
Injalo, my lord.
Yes, that's correct. That's what he's doing.
Can you recall how long it took you to prepare dinner?
ukutya kwakuhlwagisa ngasokulowathekana
andisakhumbuli but zandigqibe kuba ndandisindinge kwi-Deersville.
I can't remember how long it take, but we did not finish preparing the full case at that stage yet, because that's when I decided for us to go to Deersville. Actually, the career also allows us an agreement of the auntie that the arrangement to stop, and as it take to persuade that that's what Deersville was not.
Yeah, because in between that time there was also the visit to the park.
By the client Sepaki. The name is Sepaki.
Injalo, my lord.
That's correct.
So would it still have been before 6 o'clock or after 6 when this discussion about Deersville took place?
Hello, Bound of the candidates again, 6 on 6. Naba, you want 6 years. Lord, you get up for 30 years, they become 6 to 9 6.
Ngadenzeka phaa ngabo-7.
At about 7. So we see the people to spread by the also.
Amended, Your Lordship. Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. So the Deersville discussion took around about 7. You see, and that fits in with my instructions. Mr. Paulus Butta, accused 1. As I've already stated to you, says he didn't say anything there when you suggested going to Deersville. He said nothing. He had already left. He wasn't there anymore.
Ayonyani, my lord.
That is not true, man.
Yes.
I just want to establish something else, and this is my last question to you. If I understood your evidence correctly, the police was phoned, the police came and found, is it correct that the police found yourself and Kelly in the street?
Injalo, my lord.
And that street, if I remember your evidence correctly, was Peter Makaba Street.
Injalo, my lord.
That's correct. Start the police information and case over and go to the start also, so we can start this.
I have no more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mkabai. Any questions?
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Sivnaran, any questions?
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions for the witness.
Any re-examination? Thank you. Ms. Timsey, thank you. You may be excused. Who is your next witness? Number? What aspect of the case will this witness testify about?
And she
if there's no application, then we'll proceed as normal. Unless I have a specific application for a specific witness, otherwise. Yes, thank you. May I swear in the witness? Where's Joshlin? Ma'am, may I have your full names, please?
Before the Natasha Ellis, my lord.
Number 52 for the spelling. Het u enige beswaar teen die aflê van die eed? Any objection in taking the oath?
No objection, my lord.
You will then swear the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So say, so help me God. Thank you. Thank you. May I have a seat? You.
Swan is the witness, my lord.
Thank you. May I have a seat?
You can, sir.
Make yourself comfortable.
As it
Let's
is,
try and get the evidence in chief on record.
my lord, sorry, I didn't hear that.
Let's try and get the evidence in chief on record, so that if council needs to take instructions, they can do that over the lunch break so that we don't waste unnecessary time.
As it pleases the court. Ms. Andrews, is it the first time that you are testifying in a court?
Is it for the guilty that he and one today? That's correct, my lord.
I take it that there's a bit of nerves and anxiety as well.
You can understand that he nervous or you see
No.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
All we're going to ask is that you listen very carefully to the questions. Answer only when you understand what is being asked. I want you to take deep breaths, relax. We're not going to rush you. So, I'm going to ask you to tell the Honorable Court, how do you know Joshlin Smith?
Ik ga vir u vra, hoe bekend is u met Joshlin Smith?
Ik ken vir Joshlin van haar ma het vir haar by my kom los.
I know Joshlin because my mother came to live here with me.
Ja, ek het haar baie keer uitgehelp met Joshlin.
I a few times assisted her with Joshlin.
When you say her mother would leave her with you, how old was Joshlin at that time?
As u sê haar ma vir elke keer vir gevra met Joshlin te teken eet, hoe oud sou Joshlin op daardie stadium was?
Dit is van baba af.
From baby.
Just one moment, Ms. Harris. I think the witness is a bit far from the microphone.
Thank you, my lord. I have
If we can just try and assist there. Because I cannot hear the Afrikaans that the evidence is given in, and I'm sure people at the back want to hear. U moet maar probeer so 'n bietjie harder praat asseblief.
Try to just speak a little bit louder, but we say it's fine.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, you were saying that you know Joshlin from the time she was a baby. Is that correct?
U het gesê u het met Joshlin leer ken van haar adres.
Dis so, ja.
That's correct, my lord.
How did you come to know Ms. Smith, Kelly Smith?
Hoe het dit gekom dat u vir Kelly Smith so geken het?
Ons ouers bediening en so dat hulle mekaar se huise gekom en so het ons mekaar leer ken.
Our parents were in the same employment, so that made us now to come together and know each other's residence.
Where did you reside?
Waar was u woonachtig?
In Deesville.
In Deesville, my lord.
Sorry, my lord, there's a correction to the interpretation.
But even my lord, church calling, my lord. Our parents were going to the same church. That's how we know each other's residence. Apologies.
Is that correct, ma'am?
As het recht zo?
Ja, dat is
zijn
correct.
kerk mee gewoond.
Ja, dat is reg.
Ja, yes, yes, my lord.
Miss Andrews, you're free to correct anything if it's incorrect, okay?
Als iets mondelijk verkeerd wordt gehouden, moet je kan het recht maken. Verstaan?
Dat is reg so, hoor.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
Very well. Now you say that's how you knew her. How many years was this?
Je zei dat waar gekend gedurende die tijd toen je over zo'n was.
How many years ago was this?
Hoeveel jaar geleden was het geweest?
Dat was al meer dan 20 jaar.
It's more than 20 years, my lord.
And I understand you had a surgery at a certain point where Miss Smith was of assistance to you. Is that correct?
Dat is of hier operatie ondergaan waar die Smith gehaald werd.
Dat is reg so.
That's correct, my lord.
Please tell us about that relationship. How did she work for you?
Kan u dan of meer deel oor die verwantskap weet hoe sy vir u gewerk?
Op daardie stadium met Kelly nog by haar ma gebly in die huis.
At this stage was it living with the care of the mother in the house.
En dit was naby aan die huis waar ek gewoon het.
It was close by to the house in which I was residing.
Toe ek die operasie gehad het sy altyd vir my kom uitjaag.
When I had the operation, she would now every time come and assist me.
How would she assist you?
Hoe sal sy vir u help?
Sy het in die huis kom help.
She would help in the house,
Sy het vir my kind gehelp.
assist my
Wat
child,
wat baie klein was daai tyd.
who was quite very small at that stage.
How would you describe your relationship with Mrs. Smith?
Hoe was die verwantskap met juffrou Smith?
Ons verwantskap was goed.
We had a good relationship, my lord.
And if I have it correctly, Joshlin was born in 2017, correct?
As ek moontlik reg is, Joshlin is gebore in 2017, is dit reg so?
As dit reg so.
That's correct, my lord.
Who is Joshlin's biological father?
Wie is Joshlin se biologiese pa?
Jos Emke. Jos Emke.
Josh Emke, my lord.
Did you know him?
Het u vir Josh Emke geken?
Ek het hom ook geken deur Kelly, ja.
Yes, I also know we knew him through Kelly.
Did you ever visit where Mrs. Smith lived in Middelpos?
Het u op 'n stadium al besoek afgelê waar juffrou Smith so gewoon het in Middelpos?
Dis reg.
That's correct.
How often would you visit?
Hoeveel so u reis besoek?
Nie baie kere nie.
Not a lot of times, my lord.
Now, I've also had to use some Afrikaans words, which you'll understand, it's foreign to me, but the word that was used to describe you is groot maak ma. Can you please describe what that means?
As ek woord gebruik in Afrikaans wat ek nie weet wat ek nie ken dat soos Anka sê, sy sê u wil beskryf as 'n groot ma van Joshlin. Kan u dit verduidelik wat daarmee behels?
Ja, dit is omdat ek het vir Kelly met Joshlin gehelp van geboorte af.
It's because I assisted Kelly with Joshlin from birth.
And when you say assisted, what do you mean by that? How did you assist?
As die so sê, het jy gehelp vanaf geboorte, wat het u daarmee, wat bedoel u daarmee?
Dit is wanneer Kelly by mense gaan skoonmaak, het sy kind by my kom los.
When Kelly would go to clean up people's houses, she would bring the child and leave it with me.
Do you know where Ms. Smith's other children would stay?
Weet u waar die ander kinders van juffrou Smith sou gebly het?
Toe Joshlin kleiner was, by net Joshlin by haar gebly, die ouer ene het by haar ma gebly daai tyd.
When Joshlin was still small, only Joshlin was riding with her, and the elder one was staying with her mother.
Sy het nog nie die jongste een gehad nie.
She hadn't had the youngest one as yet at that stage.
Are you referring to the older son?
Yes,
Maar u kan also see it.
dis reg so.
That's correct, ma'am.
And who did he live with? Just repeat that,
Has
please.
he not been around and been gebly?
Met Kelly se ma,
With Kelly's mother?
Now, apart from taking care of Joshlin when Kelly went to work, did Joshlin ever stay over with you?
Behalve dat Joshlin so by u agtergelaat was as Kelly gaan werk, het sy ooit by u oorgebly?
ja, dis reg.
That's correct, yes, my lord.
Can you describe how the intervals would be? For how long would she stay over?
Kan u vir ons sê vir hoe lank, hoeveel kere sal sy by u bly?
Sy sou, daar was met 'n sekere tydperkie.
There is not a specific time period, my lord.
Sy sou soms kom as ons haar gaan haal,
She would come to us when we usually go and fetch her,
soms vir 'n naweek,
sometimes for a weekend,
soms tyd langer.
sometimes longer.
And in the year January, or let's start with December 2023 to January 2024, where did Joshlin stay?
Kom ons gaan nou na die jaargetal 2022, begin van die jaar 2023. Waar was Joshlin woonagtig?
I'm speaking specifically of the school holidays.
Ek praat spesifiek met die skool daar vakansie.
As ons by Desember 2023, Desember 2022.
It was December 2023, 2022, it's December 2023.
Sy het by my gebly in Desember vakansie.
She was residing with me in December 2022.
My lord,
Year 2022, and the next moment, a year 2023 in the same question.
I will clarify with the witness, my lord. My question was December 2023 to January 2024, the school holidays.
Die vraag was tussen December 2023 tot met die Januari jaar 2024 gedurende skoolvakansie. Vanaf December 2023 tot en met Januari gedurende skoolvakansie van 2024.
Sy het by my gebly.
She was staying with me, man.
In that time, did Kelly visit Joshlin at your place?
Dink jy sê by u nou woonagtig was gedurende die tyd en sê dat Kelly vir Joshlin besoek by u is?
Nee,
No.
Did you take Joshlin to see Kelly at her place?
So u vir Joshlin neem om vir Kelly te gaan sien by haar plek?
gedurende die vakansietydperk nee,
During the school holidays, no, my lord.
maar wel voordat die skool sal aangaan sal ek haar terugneem.
But before the schools would proceed, I would take her back.
Do you,
Before she disappeared.
So that was the last lang vakansie voordat sy toe weg is.
Dis reg.
That's correct, my lord.
Any other long school holidays that she stayed with you?
En enige ander lang vakansie was sy by u so gebly het?
Ja, sy het ook by my gebly.
Yes, there is times that she stayed with me.
So let's go back to the June-July holiday of 2023 and then we work our way back. Take it away.
I'll take it from there, my lord. You've indicated already that there would be other long holidays that Joshlin would stay with you. Does that include the June-July vacation?
U het gesê sekere vakansie, lang vakansie het sy by u kom bly. Sou dit nog tussen die Julie skoolvakansie is?
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
What about weekends on a normal school week?
Wat van 'n naweke op 'n normale skooldag in 'n week?
Sy het soms het voorheen gesê dat soms het sy gekom en soms nie.
She would sometimes come, sometimes not.
And how would the arrangements be made for when Joshlin was to come over to you?
Wat sou die manier wees hoe sou Joshlin na u toe gekom het? Wat sou julle besluit hoe sou Joshlin sou gekom het?
Haar ma het haar gebring
The mother would bring him,
of ek het haar gaan haal.
or I would go and fetch him.
And when you earlier testified that it went back to 2022, is that how far the holidays went, when Joshlin would come stay with you over long vacations?
As u sê dit is 'n lang vakansie, kan ons na die jaar 2022 toe. Dit is 'n lang vakansie.
Nee, want toe het sy nog in skool gegaan.
No, my lord, because at that time she hadn't started schooling yet.
Very well. And in that time, when she wasn't at school, where would she stay?
Op daardie stadium as sy nie by die skool is nie, waar sou sy woonagtig wees?
Kan u gou weer vra?
Can you repeat that again?
In the year 2022, before Joshlin could go to school, where would she stay?
In die jaar in 2022 voordat Joshlin se skool begin, waar sou sy gebly het?
Gedeeltelik by my, gedeeltelik by haar ma.
Partly with her mother, partly with me.
Is there anywhere else that you know of where Joshlin would stay the way she does with you?
As hy enige ander plek waar Joshlin sou woonagtig wees, soos sy by u toe gekom het?
Nee.
No.
Is it correct, ma'am, that at some point you were in the process or intended to adopt Joshlin?
As dit reg so dat besluit was op 'n stadium om Joshlin te adopt.
Dis reg so.
Dis reg so, my lord. That's right, my lord.
What happened to that process?
Wat het gebeur met hierdie proses?
Ons kon nie voortgaan want haar ouers wou nie instem.
We could not proceed because the parents would not allow it. They wouldn't agree.
Ja.
I jumped the gun with regard to process. Can you explain what steps were taken by yourself to adopt Joshlin?
En u nou eens in die eie woorde sê wat is stappe so geneem was om vir Joshlin toe as die eie te wil oorneem.
Regarding social services, sorry,
In
ma'am.
verband met die social services.
Ek en haar ma het al na die maatskaplike werker toe gegaan.
Myself and my mother went to the social worker.
Kelly's mother
I'll
whose
clarify
mother?
with the witness, my lord. Who are you referring to, ma'am?
As u sê ek en haar ma na wie verwys na Joshlin of na Kelly or na Kelly se ma?
Joshlin se ma.
Joshlin's mother.
It's Kelly.
Kelly.
Very well. So you and Kelly, where did you go?
U en Kelly, waar is julle toe?
Na die maatskaplike werker in Saldanha.
To the social worker in Saldanha.
What happened there?
Wat het toe gebeur?
Ons kon nie voortgaan met enige papierwerke nie want haar ouers wou nie instem nie, dis Jos en Kelly.
We could not proceed with this application of the documents because parents would not give us go ahead with Josh and Kelly.
When was this?
Wanneer was dit gewees?
Joshlin was nog 'n baba.
Joshua was still a baby.
Ja, ek sal sê in 2018.
I would say in
As ek
2018.
korrek is, ja.
If I'm correct.
I didn't hear the answer because
2018, if I'm correct, my lord.
Mr. Blau, can you just wait for the witness to finish before you start the translation? Otherwise, I can't make out what's being said.
Correct, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Hiereman, I'm still not clear as to who we're talking about here.
My lord, I didn't hear that.
I'm still not clear who are we talking about. They went to see the social worker. She went with Kelly. Now Kelly is a parent. But then the evidence is we could not proceed as the parents would not agree. Now who are we talking about here?
I will clarify that with the witness, my lord. Ma'am, can you explain to the Honourable Court what do you mean when you say the parents didn't agree? Because you've said to us that you went with Kelly and then the process didn't go through because the parents didn't agree. Please explain that to the court.
He had said he and Joshlin, Kelly is going to the social worker too. I'm going to come there, the social worker, maar ik wil niet voortgaan met de papierwerk van die ouders. Het hij toegestemd. Kan ik voor de ouders?
Ik heb eerst met Kelly en Josh gepraat.
I first spoke to Kelly and Josh.
En hulle wou nie instem.
They didn't agree.
Maar Kelly het wel saam met my gegaan by die
But
maatskaplike
Kelly went
werker.
to with me.
En ons het daaroor gepraat en dit was nog steeds nee.
We spoke about it, but the answer was still no.
So eventually both parties, both parents, Josh and Kelly, refused.
Ja.
Beide partijen toegeweigerd. Yes.
My lord, perhaps this would be a convenient time to stop.
There we are. 45 minutes for lunch. Will that
No,
be
no
sufficient?
objection. No objection, my lord.
Right. Sinkepai. So I'm going to take the adjournment till 1:45. So it's only a 45-minute break. Then we will resume. Thank you. Court adjourned.
Okay, I can count for you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Stand by, guys. We're still on the live briefing. As soon as we're done with it, it's coming to you for the lunchtime update. Stand by.
Will do.
Zaid, will you just remind them that they have to cue you? Are they telling you? Oh, okay. Ifewe Sekobe.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Ifewe Sekobe.
Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing.
Who's the anchor? Who's the anchor? Gareth. Well, the state's fifth witness took the stand this morning, and that was Constable Refilwe Sekube. She's a detective attached to the Sexual Violence, Child Protection and also Family Violence Unit, and she told the court that she had interviewed accused number 2, Stefano van Rijn. Now, you will recall that there was a theory that came out in court last week from the other police officers who testified that when they spoke to Stefano van Rijn, he mentioned to them that he believes that Joshlin Smith was taken by a person called Ayanda and given to the Sangomas. The detective today was asked by the state prosecutor whether she had followed up on this theory, and she said she did. This is what she had to say in court this morning. They called me a follow-up. Zaid.
Het jy haar ook betaal?
Would you also pay her?
Ja, ek het altyd vir haar iets gegee.
Yes, I would always give her something.
And what about Kelly?
What about Kelly?
Are you talking about Kelly Zegers?
Kelly Zegers, my lord, my
Kelly,
apologies.
Dr.
Kelly
Zegers.
Zegers.
What van haar?
Sy het nie baie gegaan by Kiali.
She wouldn't go a lot to Kelly.
Sy het net gegaan as Kiali vir haar gevra het om vir haar te help.
She would only go when Kelly asked her to come and assist her.
Maar sy was elke dag so te sê by my.
But she was every day at my place.
Sy het ook nie net vir ek en Kiali gehelp nie.
She didn't only help me and Kelly.
Sy het vir ander mense ook gehelp.
Other people will also be helped by her.
En almal wou nie gehê dat Kiali met haar kinders daar kom nie.
Not all of them would want Kelly to come there with the children.
Dan het sy altyd die kinders daar by my gelos.
She would have those stages where people refuse that she come with the children to them. She would leave the children with me.
Of sy die kinders by Boeta gelos, van sy nou vir Boeta het.
She would leave now the kids with Buddha after now she was dating Buddha.
Ken jy vir Boeta?
Do you know Buddha?
Ja, Boeta het een keer vir my gepaint by die huis.
He once painted my house.
Now on this 19th of February 2024, it was the Monday. Did Kelly come to your house that day?
Die 19 van Februarie jaar 2022, dit was 'n maandag. Het Kelly na u huis toe gekom?
Ja.
Yes.
Kiali het die maandagoggend daar gekom.
Kelly came to my house on Monday morning.
En dit was 7:30 oggend.
It was about 7:30 in the morning.
En my woorde was aan haar.
My words to her was,
Kiali, jy's aan vroeg vanoggend. Waar is die ander 2 kinders?
I said to her, you are very early today. Where are the other two kids?
Van Kiali neem eers vir Rikon en vir Joshlin weer skool toe.
She would firstly take Rikon and Joshlin to school.
En dan sal sy daar vanaf so 10 voor 5 voor 8 daar kom.
Then she would come to my house between 10 to 5 to 8.
En dan sal ek, soos ek het maar gewoonlik doen, vir Rachel 'n broodjie insit.
Then I would take a bread for Rachel.
En dan sal ons koffie drink.
We will have some coffee.
En dan sal Kelly vir Rachel skool toe neem.
That's when Kelly would take Rachel to school.
Daai skool is nou kleuterskool, crash.
Die crash, ja.
It is a crash now.
So this morning she came early and you asked her where the other 2 children. Did she answer you?
He said to us, he said to Farma, he's vroeg wel van die bij ons en toen vraagt hij voor waar aan het kunnen zoals het zit, dat hij toch antwoord.
Ja.
Yes.
Sy het vir my gesê,
She said to me,
hulle 2 is nie lekker nie. Hulle is skool toe nie.
the two of them are not feeling well because they didn't went to school.
So on this morning, did you follow the same recipe? Pack the bread for Rachel, had coffee, then she takes her to the crash.
So dat was hetzelfde routine wat hier gevolgd het, bootje gepakt voor Rochelle, hier het koffie gehad en toen vat ze door Rochelle school toe.
Ja.
Yes.
This crash, how far is it from your house?
Hierdie kleuterschool, hoe ver is het van die woning?
Seker 5 minute.
Probably 5 minutes.
Can you see the crash from your house?
Van waar die huis is, kan je die kleuterschool zien.
Ja.
Yes.
did she then return?
Het sy toe teruggekom.
Ja, sy het teruggekom.
Yes, she returned.
En waarvan sy die sleutel kom haal het by my van my kiali. En
Then
dan,
she came to fetch the key from me. That's the key of my carry.
waarvan sy daarvan dan gaan skoonmaak het.
That's when she from there she went to clean up, to clean.
She told you she's now going to Kelly's house.
Sy het vir gesê ek gaan na Kelly se huis toe.
Ja,
Yes.
When did she return to your house?
Wanneer het sy toe teruggekeer na u huis?
daai was so 12:10.
It could have been 12:10.
At what time about, sorry, if you can remember, what time about was it that she left for Kelly's house?
Kan u onthou hoe laat sou sy u huis verlaat het na Kelly se huis toe?
Pas 8.
Past 8, witness saying.
All right, so at 12:10, she came to your house.
U sê so by 10:12 kom sy na u huis toe.
Ja, sy het gekom en gesê sy gaan nou af huis toe.
She came and then she said she's going to her house.
En ek het vergeet om te sê, sy het ook vir my die oggend gevra of ek vir haar R2 wil leen nie, R200 wil leen nie.
I forgot to mention to her that morning she wanted to know from me, can't I borrow her 200 rands?
Waar ek vir haar gesê, dis okay, en sy het ook gesê, sy is nie lus om meer buite vuur te maak nie.
Then I said it's fine because she said she doesn't like making fire outside anymore.
Wat sy af huis toe gaan, het ek vir haar R50 gegee.
When she went home, I gave her 50 rands.
Want sy het gesê sy wil brood koop vir die kinders by die huis.
She said she wanted to buy bread for the kids at home.
And do you not recall what time she returned to your house?
Kan u onthou hoe laat sy terugkeer na u huis toe?
Sy is seker so 1:15 het sy teruggekom.
At about 9:45 she came back.
Sy het brood by haar gehad.
She had bread with her.
Nee, sy het die brood by haar gehad, die van sy afplakkerskant toe gegaan. Kan ek nie vir u sê of sy die brood gekoop het of wat nie.
No, she didn't come back with the bread because she went down to the sheds. I won't be able to tell you whether she bought the bread or not.
All right. So she returned, what then?
Sy kom toe terug en wat toe?
Sy het teruggekom, ek het vir haar die sleutel gegee,
She came back and I gave her the keys.
en toe sy weer oor Lakiali toe,
Then she went over to Kelly's.
en wat die groot skool uitkom,
When the big school was coming out,
seker tydjie daarna toe kom sy na my toe terug,
just a minute after that, I think she came back to me.
What time is that about, that the big school comes out?
Hoe laat sou die groot school uitkom?
voor 2. Ek is nog nie seker nie.
Before 2, I'm not sure.
Yes.
Ja, en daarna toe sy sy gaan kom vir haar sjel, en toe sy vir haar sjel gaan haal,
After that, she said she was going to fetch Rochelle. She went to fetch Rochelle.
sy het 'n hele rukkie weggebly.
She was gone for quite a period.
Maar wat ek ook aan sy Kelly's lief praat, en sy praat van almal, dit weet ons, daarom het ek eens geworry nie, van dis haar routine.
She is a very talkative person. People know her. So that's why I wasn't worried. That was a routine. She would speak to a lot of people.
Sy het seker sy oor 'n 3/4 uur, sy teruggekom met haar sjel.
Maybe after an hour, 3/4 of an hour, she came back with Rochelle.
So let's just interrupt there. So this walk to the creche and back, which should take approximately in total 10 minutes, now took half an hour to 3/4 of an hour, about.
Hierdie stap vanaf die woning tot by die kleuterskool self woont het 10 tot 15 minute daarheen en terug geneem. Maar op hierdie dag het sy 1/2 uur tot 'n kwart uur geneem.
Ja.
Yes.
She came with Rochelle and then?
Sy het teruggekom met Rochelle en wat gebeur toe?
Sy het teruggekom met Rachel. Sy het vir Rachel gelos daar by my en my kleinkind wat sy maar altyd doen. En
She came back with Rochelle and left Rochelle with me and my grandchild, which she usually do.
En toe sy terug na Kelly toe.
Then she went back to Kelly's.
En toe sy nou klaar gemaak wat sy moet maak.
After she finished what she was supposed to do,
Toe sy seker so past 3 of voor 3 het sy teruggekom.
then she came back, probably after 3 or before 3, she came back.
En toe het ons daar gesit, soos altyd.
Then we sit there, like as usual.
En toe het sy nog gewag vir Kelly, vir my Kelly het die werk het gekom.
She was waiting for my Kelly to come from work.
En Kelly het so voor 5 gekom.
Then Kelly came at about before 5.
En my woorde was aan my Kelly. Kelly, sy het nou klaar maak dat ons begrafplaas toe kan gaan.
Then my words to Kelly was that we must finish Kelly because we must go to the graveyard.
Want dit was my dogter se verjaarsdag.
Because it was my daughter's birthday.
En Kelly is so weg so voor 5.
Then
5 uur.
Kelly left before 5 o'clock.
Toe sy af huis toe.
Went down home.
En ek en Kelly en die kinders is begrafplaas toe.
Myself and the children went. Kelly and the children went to the graveyard.
Kelly het eers vir my dogter gefoon.
Kelly first called my daughter.
Toen ons al teruggekom aan die begraafplaas af.
After we came back from the graveyard.
Hy is seker so 5:30 voor 6.
About 5:05 before 6.
En toe sê sy van Joshlin wat weg is. En of ons nie met Joshlin gesien het nie.
Then she told us about Joshlin that didn't we see Joshlin?
This is now a phone call from her to Kelly.
Was it nou 'n oproep van haar na Kelly?
Ja.
That's correct.
En so sy vir my ook gewoon en gesê van of ek nie wat Joshlin gesien het of Joshlin er voorbij gegaan het. Toe sê ek, nee, maar ek het nie wat Joshlin gesien nie.
She called me and then told me that, asked me, did I see Joshlin? Did Joshlin pass? I said, no, I didn't see Joshlin.
En toe het ek gevra waar Rikwan.
Then I wanted to know from her where Rikwan was.
Toe het sy gesê, Rikwan is op na Mr. Lau toe.
Then she said, Rikwan went up to Mr. Lowe.
All right. And later on, during that evening,
En later, gedurende daai aand,
did anything happen that you know of?
het enige iets gebeur wat een van kennis dra?
Ek het vir Kelly gefoon en gevra of hulle Joshlin gekry het. Sy het gesê nee.
I called Kelly, inquiring from her if they found Joshlin, then she said no.
En ek het vir haar gesê, Kelly gevra, Kelly het die polisie gefoon.
Then I wanted to know from her, Kelly, did you call the police?
En sy het gesê, sy het hulle kontak. En die aand laat, ek kan nie sê hoe laat, maar het was gedurende 'n load shedding.
And then she said she called them, and later that night, I think it was during the load shedding.
En my Kelly het vir my gefoon en gesê, Mami, Kelly en die lang oukie, ek weet nog nie wat is sy naam nie, gaan by Mami kom en 'n lig kom haal, want hulle soek nog steeds vir Joshlin.
My Kelly called and told me that, Mommy, Kelly and this tall guy, I don't know who the man was, would come to you to ask for a light because they're still looking for Joshlin.
Kelly het gekom en wat ek die deur oopsluit, toe begin ek te skel, want ek skel van.
Then Kelly came, and then I opened the door and I started swearing at her because that's what I usually do.
En ek het vir haar die lig gegee
I gave her the light,
en toe is hulle weg.
then they left.
Hoekom skel jy haar?
Why do you swear at her?
Omdat ek wou gevra het, waar is die kind?
Because I asked her where the child was.
Ek sal vir haar altyd aanspreek.
I would always speak to him.
Ms. Lombard, Ms. Swanepoel, I think we take it up to the evening of that evening, then we adjourn until tomorrow morning. I don't know whether there's still going to be more in the days following from this witness.
Very short.
Okay, then let's see how far we get.
Thank you, my lord. Goed. After that visit to your house to give the light, did you see Kelly or anyone in connection with this that night?
Nadat u die lig gegee het, het u weer vir Kelly en as gesien in verband met wat hy dag so gebeur het?
Nee.
No.
Okay. Before Kelly left your house,
Voordat Kelly die huis verlaat het,
that afternoon around about 5 o'clock,
die middag so by 5 uur,
did you then give her more money?
het u vir haar meer geld gegee?
Ja, ek het vir haar weer die R150 gegee.
Yes, I gave it 150 rand.
En ek het ook vir haar gesê, Kelly, sit nou die gas in die bottel.
Then I said to her, you must fill the gas into this cylinder.
So was the 150 rand for the gas?
Was weer die 150 rand vir die gas.
Ja, sy het vir my die R200 gevra, waar het haar die R50 gegee die middag, en die R150 wat sy huis toe gaan die aan 5 uur.
Yes, my lord, because she asked for 200 rands for me. The afternoon, the lunchtime, I gave her 50 rands, and the 150 rands before she went home.
Did you know that Kelly was using drugs?
Het u geweet of die kennis gehad het dat Kelly enige dwelms gebruik?
Ja.
Yes.
Kelly, in die begin het ek geweet sy gebruik drugs.
In the beginning, I knew she was using drugs.
Maar ek sê weer, ek het nie vir haar daar laat kom terwille van haar nie, maar omstandighede, haar kinders.
As I said, my lord, I did not allow her to come to my place, but the situation or the circumstances as far as the children are concerned.
Weet u van wanneer af sy, I'm sorry, do you know since when she and Buddha started this relationship?
Weet u van wanneer sy en Buddha met die verhouding so begin het?
Ek kan nou nie presies sê nie.
I can't exactly say, my lord.
Maar Kelly met die wat Kelly so rond gebly.
Now, with Kelly staying here and there, my lord.
Kelly het in Oesterstraat by 'n dame gebly.
She was residing in Worcester Street with a lady.
Maar ouma het vir haar 'n Wendy house by die kerk gekoop.
But grandma bought a Wendy house for her from the church.
En waarvan sy vir my gesê het, sy moet die mense betaal om die Wendy house te gaan haal om in plakkerskap op te sit.
That's when she said to me that she's supposed to pay the people who will go and fetch at the Wendy house to direct it in the shanty area.
Waarvan ek nog haar ook geld gegee en gesê het, Kelly, betaal maar die mense, laat jy op jou eie kan kom.
That's when I gave her money and said, Kelly, rather pay these people for you to be on your own.
Kelly het toe die ook gehad en die ook laat kom, maar Kelly het die mense gehad om vir haar te help met die opsetting.
She made the bungalow clean, then after the bungalow arrived, she didn't have people as to erect.
Toe Kelly en Boetale was seker maar vriende, ek kan regtig vir u sê nie.
Maybe Buddha and Kelly were friends, but I won't be able to tell you.
So het Kelly vir my kom sê, en sy sê vir my, maar Kalen, Nie dat maak hulle nie, maar ai, julle ken ek vir so baie gesê. Maar toe het Kelly gekom en gesê die mans wat waar gaan help met die Wendy opsit, wil ook betaal wees.
Then Kelly came to me and said to me, the people to erect this bungalow also need to be paid.
Waarvan ek weer waar geld gegee het en gesê betaal maar die mense, laat die mense die ding kan opsit.
I gave her money again and said to her that give the people the money for them to erect this Wendy house.
Toen er die bungalow opgesit,
Wendy house was erected,
maar toen was het daar nog werkjes dat gedoen wordt aan die bungalow.
but there were still some touch-ups to be done on this bungalow.
En waar, want sy het toe vir my gesê, die ander sou nou nie kom nie, maar Boeta was bereid om vir haar te help.
Then she said the others refused to come, but Buddha was prepared to assist.
En so het Boeta vir Kelly gehelp.
And then that's how Buddha helped Kelly.
Ek het nie geweet nie, want Boeta het ook nie by die huis gebly daai tyd nie.
At that stage, I didn't know because he wasn't residing at that house at that stage.
Nou kan ek nie vir u sê wat het gebeur verder nie.
Ja.
I won't be able to tell you what happened further.
Dis reg. Dankie. So is that the house, the hockey that she put up, that they were staying in now until the 19th of February when Joshlin went missing?
Dis die selle wanneer is wat hulle nou huidig gaan bly tot met die tyd toe Joshlin vermis is.
Ja.
That's correct.
And do you want to tell the court whether you have had losses at your house?
Het enige iets verloor by jou?
Just one moment.
Ja.
Just one moment.
Yes.
Ms. Swanepoel, where are you going?
I'll leave it, my lord. I will leave it. That's the evidence of this witness.
I suspected you were going to lead character evidence. All right. Mr. Harmse, let me first hear from Mr. Sivnarayan how long he's going to be with the witness, because he's the only one that might spend time with the witness. Mr. Sivnarayan, I'm planning, if I don't need to let the witness come back for a second day, I would prefer that, but if you need time, if you need to prepare yourself, then we'll just have to do that.
My Lord, may I just take instructions?
Certainly.
Thank you. My Lord, I've consulted and I doubt that I will have questions for the witness.
All right. So let them start with Mr. Harmse. Do you have any questions?
My Lord, I have no questions.
Ms. Mkapai? None. Thank you. Mr. Sivnarayan? The only issue that seems to be different are the amounts of money when it was taken, whether it was 50 Rand and 200 or whether it was 50 and 150.
Yes, that's correct, my Lord.
In the
Just
plea.
one other aspect that I just wanted to deal with. Thank you, my Lord. Ma'am, you told us after lunch, when accused number 3 went to go pick up the child from creche, she was gone for about 30 minutes to about 45 minutes.
U het gesê nadat beskuldigde nommer 3 toe teruggekeer het, sy kind gaan haal by die kleuterskool. Het sê tyd geneem van 30 tot 24 minute.
Ja, dis reg.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, ma'am, I just want to find out, before you came to testify today, were you given an opportunity to go through your statement that you made to the police?
Voordat u vandag kom getuig het, was u toe 'n geleentheid gegee om deur u verklaring te neem wat te gaan wat u aan die polisie sou gee?
Ja.
Yes.
Maar laat ek gou inlig. Ek het een keer erna gekyk, omdat dit wat ek sê net die waarheid is. En net die waarheid gaan my vrymaak.
I say only once, my Lord, because I know what's in my statement is the truth, and only the truth will set me free.
Yes, ma'am. I also had the opportunity of going through your statement, and With regard to time, when my client went to collect her daughter from the creche, in your statement, it's either 10 minutes or 20 minutes. The writing is not very clear. What do you say to that?
In verband met die tyd wat Kelly sou van iemand toe sê ja, kind gaan haal. Volgens sy verklaring wat voorkoms dat dit 10 en 20 minute is dit is eigenlijk duidelijk in verband met die aanskrifting, maar dit is een IT. Wat is die commentaar daarop?
Kelly dat kan gehaal is rechts, zoals je zei.
She went to the child, yes, that's correct.
So, Kelly sal so om en by so as hy net gaan en terugkom. Maar omdat ek vir Kelly ken, Kelly gesels met almal en waar Kelly gegaan het, weet net sy.
She wouldn't just go and come back. Kelly is a person who speaks to a lot of people. She was the only person as to where she went to.
Just a moment, Mr. Sivnarai. So, Ms. Zigas, if I understand your evidence correctly, you make nothing of the fact that she might have taken longer than what was needed, because she's a chatterbox that would talk to everyone that she would encounter, and that could have made up the extra time.
Maar geen verschil van u op zich. Haar gekomen op langs de niemand, want ze is een persoon gekomen met mensen zelfs.
That's if I understand your evidence correctly.
Dus gekennis verstaan.
Ja.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions.
Any re-examination, Ms. Swanepoel? Good news, Ms. Seegers, you don't have to come back tomorrow unless you want to come back. Your evidence is done, so you may be excused.
Baie dankie, Ede.
Thank you.
Dankie.
So I'm going to adjourn the matter till 9 tomorrow morning. We're scheduling for 9. In the event that I am delayed, it shouldn't be for too long. I am unfortunately calling my Tuesday morning roll, which I'll be calling at 7:30 tomorrow morning, and then I'll make my way here. I'm confident that I should be here by 9, but if I'm a few minutes delayed, that might be the reason, because I've been in another court hearing since early morning. Mr. Apollos, Mr. Van Rijn in custody, Malmesbury. Ms. Smith in custody, Langebaan cells. And please give your colleagues the heads up as to who and how many tomorrow. We did well today. We finished 4 witnesses. But we can still do better. The court will adjourn.